natural language, enabling you to get answers faster. And as you might have guessed, there are more AI assistants to come. So let's talk about one that's on the way that I'm pretty excited about, specifically ArcGIS AI in Arcade. So like we just saw with the SQL query, assistants are powerful for helping us learn and help us learn other coding languages like ArcGIS Arcade, if you're not familiar. So Arcade is an expression language for styling features, enhancing pop-ups, and creating dynamic labels without altering the data. So we can take this map titled National Park Visitation in 2023, but you can see that each park in the map has the phrase National Park in the name, which makes it a little cluttered. But using Arcade, we can script an Arcade expression that specifically cuts this out of the label. So we can open up the assistant, and just using natural language, we can ask it to display the park names without National Park. So the assistant will look at my prompt and translate it to an Arcade expression. It's looking for the phrase National Park in the name and omit it. And going back to our map, we can see once we apply the changes that the labels are updated. And we could take this a step further and add in some more information. So going back to the previous prompt, I can tell it to show the number of visitors in 2023, adding the rank to the beginning with a period, where number 1 is the most visited park down to the least. And the expression generated omits National Park from the name and also includes the rank. And since we're within the Arcade editor, we also have the option to modify these expressions directly. But jumping back to our map, we can see the new labels with the rank at the beginning. So the Arcade Assistant can help you improve your web maps while also helping you write and learn Arcade. And this is just the beginning of what Esri is doing with assistants. Additional capabilities are coming soon to help enhance your productivity further. And Jackie, I'll pass it back to you.
Thanks, you make it look pretty easy with those prompts. Arcade, I thought was a little bit more difficult. So how are organizations using the combined power of AI and location intelligence for sustainability, efficiency, and growth? Here's a QR code to our latest ebook, The Rise of AI and Location Intelligence. If you don't capture it now, I can put the link in the chat later. But inside this ebook is a collection of GeoAI case studies from addressing climate risk to predictive roadway maintenance, sustainable farming, to disaster management with the use of drone imagery. Pretty good case studies. Well, local governments can adopt AI strategically to improve and maximize ROI in a couple of, say, 6 steps. Step 1 would be to identify high impact use cases like the ones in the ebook. These could be in support of public service and community engagement, public safety and emergency management, in the form of crime mapping, disaster response, and risk assessment, infrastructure and smart city management, as in smart traffic and mobility planning, predictive maintenance for roads and utilities, and automated property inspections, finance and administration, or public health and social services, just to name a few. Step 2, develop an AI strategy aligned with organizational goals. How do you do this? You assess the needs and priorities by conducting an internal review of your ways to identify your pain points that GeoAI can address. You engage stakeholders, collaborate with city planners, emergency responders, and IT teams, just to name a few, to ensure buy-in. You define ROI metrics, measure success through cost savings, efficiency improvements, and service enhancements. Step 3, leverage existing data and improve data governance. Maximize your GIS investments. Integrate GeoAI with existing Esri GIS platforms and other open source spatial data sets. Ensure data quality and accessibility. Standardize data collection, cleaning, and storage to support AI models. Enhance cybersecurity and compliance. Protect sensitive geospatial data through strong governance policies. Step 4, adopt scalable and cost-effective AI solutions. Use SaaS-based AI solutions, cloud-based AI platforms, for example, Esri's AI-powered GIS solutions, shameless plug, to reduce infrastructure costs. Start small with pilot projects. Test AI in controlled environments before scaling up. Leverage pre-built AI tools. Use AI pre-trained models, AI models, and APIs from trusted providers rather than building in-house solutions. Step 5, address workforce and change management. Train GIS professionals and city staff, county staff on AI tools and workflows to foster adoption. Develop policies on AI governance and ethical AI usage. Create AI oversight. I can't even say it. AI oversight committees to ensure fairness and transparency. And last, step 6, measure ROI and continuously optimize. Set clear KPIs and API projects, whether it be for cost saving, time reduction, or citizen satisfaction. Regularly review AI performance and fine-tune models for better results. Use AI-driven dashboards. Monitor real-time data insights with interactive GIS dashboards. And scale up successful AI implementations across departments. So in order to maximize the return on investment with a phased approach, you would have to have some quick wins. These are about 0 to 6 months in time. Implement AI chatbots, document processing automation, or predictive maintenance. Then you have your midterm projects, 6 to 18 months. Deploy AI for budgeting, public safety, or traffic management, any of the other examples that we gave. And long-term AI strategy, 18 months or more. Expand AI adoption across agencies, integrate AI with IoT or smart city initiatives. So let's recap. ArcGIS is a geospatial AI platform that lets you apply AI to accelerate productivity, decision-making, and innovation. You can use GeoAI tools and machine learning models to automate data creation, extraction, and analysis, delivering deep geospatial insights at scale. You can also leverage AI assistants to guide user workflows, boost productivity, and make GIS easier for everyone, like Don demonstrated. And all of these capabilities are built on an AI framework that developers can use to create custom AI services, skills, and integrations to support your unique requirements. As you know, AI is advancing rapidly, and we're continuously evolving ArcGIS to keep up with these developments. And as Esri continues to innovate with AI, We remain committed to approaching AI responsibly and transparently. So you can trust our platform and its AI capabilities. And with that, I hope you gained some examples to use, some way to start those 6 steps that we outlined. And I hope you got a lot out of the presentation. Thank you so much for your time. I see a question about credits in the chat. Let's see.
Yeah, I think we have plenty of time for questions. So if you want to, if folks want to put the questions in the chat to everyone, you guys can kind of go through them.
Excellent. We'll do our best. Let's see.
Yeah, the first one was, does the detect objects using deep learning tool consume credits?
That's a good question. I believe it does, but I'll have to get back to you on a specific answer or how much or anything like that.
Yes, it does.
The answer is yes. Has someone used it?
Yes, I've been using it in college courses I teach for, I think, 5 semesters now. And there is a option if you're using the, well, let me go back to the question. If you're doing it through Pro, it doesn't. If you do it through ArcGIS Online, it does.
Okay.
You can run everything locally in Pro. If you use it through ArcGIS Online, like many things in ArcGIS Online, it does. There is a little estimator there where it lets you check to see how many it will use before it queues it to run it, which is really helpful. A good pattern of practice is exploring the tool in ArcGIS Online and figuring out what model might work well before you download the deep learning model from the Living Atlas and run that local in your environment. The downside to that is that if you run it through ArcGIS Online, it can only use data that's provided as a service. So that works really well for the imagery-based models. It doesn't work nearly as well for the LiDAR-based models, where you may have to run those locally.
Excellent. Thank you for that input since you've actually used it.
So next question, are the models used in Pro, feature creation, et cetera, available today?
Yep. A lot of, like I just showed with the Living Atlas, you can go there right now and browse through all the different pre-trained models that are available.
Next one, can business analyst AI assistant load custom data sets we've added to the web app or just those already in the data browser?
I believe it can also access, well, let me, before I say anything, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not totally sure. That's a good question. A lot of these are still in beta if you access any of them. So this could be something that they're already looking at or something that's already in there, but I will get back to you on that.
Time for a few more questions. Next one, is there or are there credits for Esri Survey 123 and ArcGIS Pro versus online? Maybe just talk about the use of credits in Survey 123.
For Survey 123, I'm going to double check this, but I don't believe that there is credits being used since the computer vision is integrated in Survey 123. Like was mentioned before with Pro and online, there's, if you're leveraging Esri resources, you're using credits for those. But for survey 123, I don't believe that there's credits. But again, I'm gonna double check that.
Ooh, here's a good one. They're really putting you to through the paces this morning. God, let's just open up to every. But I like this one. Does Esri Learning have plans for either an AI focused MOOC classes or certification exam?
I am sure that they are working on this, but I don't know, Rachel, if you have any more insight, or Jackie, for this question.
Yeah, I'll chime in. One of the things that that's available now, where I've found a lot of resources for learning about the AI and machine learning, is through the learn.arcgis.com site, which is a collection of free tutorials, and they've really focused a lot on tutorials that support some of the workflows that Don shared, particularly when he was showing the examples in ArcGIS Pro, like the feature extraction and that sort of thing. So it's not a formal MOOC in the sense that they're kind of self-paced learn lessons, but I'll paste the link in the chat for those. And I haven't heard anything about a certification exam. I think those tend to be, a lot longer in terms of development and kind of bringing those to market. So that's one that I haven't heard about. But the learn lessons are probably a great starting point if you're looking to do some formal training on things.
Time for a few more questions if anybody's got any.
I just pasted the URL in the chat. Looks like it got a little messed up with the formatting, but if you go to the learn.arcgis.com, it'll bring you to the gallery, and the URL was meant to show a search for the term machine learning. So you can just type that in, and that will bring up a couple of dozen lessons that focus on some of these capabilities.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, so in the chat window, I pasted a web link to the learn.arcgis.com website. The formatting of the link I pasted got a little messed up. So if you go to that page, you'll be on the gallery. And if you type in the search bar at the top, machine learning, that will bring you to a lot of the tutorials that highlight machine learning workflows. There's one in particular, detect objects with text, which is a really excellent lesson that is shows you how straightforward and easy it can be to use some of these pre-trained models. So there's a lot to explore there.
Just circling back on the business analyst question, if it can load, if the AI assistant can reference and load in custom data sets. At this time, I don't believe so. I think it's just drawing from business analyst resources. But, I'm sure that's something that they're looking at.
Will we have access to the slides that you presented? Or is...
Yes, we can make them available right after.
Okay. I did start the recording way late, so I got some of your stuff, but not all of it. But yeah, anything you can make available. What I was going to suggest, so it's 10. Oh, wait. How might Esri be encouraging AI conservative AI conservative, in other words, municipalities where they're not necessarily jumping into AI, municipalities, IT departments to become more comfortable allowing machine learning. And I think there's a lot of us that fall into that category.
Yeah, you're hitting on a topic which is definitely top of mind for us. And whether it's AI or in the past maybe it was WebGIS or maybe it's cloud. There's often times when technology is kind of out ahead of where governments or even other organizations feel comfortable, and they want to take the time to think about their own security and governance policies before adopting. So we definitely encourage that. We know that it will take time for organizations to think through those things. One area I was thinking about, and I was actually talking with some colleagues at Microsoft about this. Microsoft has a lot of AI capabilities that they're investing in, whether that's Copilot, for chat assistants and things like that, or Microsoft Fabric for things like the machine learning and analytics. It's interesting when you think about the ways that people might already be using AI or machine learning tools in ways that they might not be aware. If people in organizations have been using ArcGIS Pro or even ArcMap for a long time, they might have already been using machine learning tools through some of the geoprocessing toolboxes. So that might be worth exploring. Maybe an organization is comfortable using tools like Copilot within Microsoft 365, but maybe they're not quite comfortable seeing that from other technology vendors. So I think one way to start the conversation would be to explore other areas, maybe outside of GIS, where IT departments are kind of confronting the same things, and maybe taking a cue from how they've approached that in the past. There's also some great resources on, Jackie mentioned it in her presentation, but Esri's being very kind of front and center with taking a slow and measured approach to rolling out AI, making sure that it's always an opt-in process for our end users. It's nothing that's going to be kind of baked in or used without intention to do so. And a lot of that is documented on our security centers and things like that. So sharing resources that help assure organizations that Esri acknowledges and understands the importance of these concerns. We're kind of right there with you, to support those conversations can be helpful as well. So hopefully that gave you some ideas. And I saw Irene mention too, it's a question of how you define AI. I think you're right. There are a lot of different kind of scopes. A GIS professional using machine learning tools is very different than deploying Copilot across an entire organization. So the scope and kind of intention around some of these deployments can come into play as well.
Nice. I think what would be best to do now, it's 10:20. Our lightning talks will start at 10:45. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give everybody a 10-minute break to stretch your legs, and then when we come back, we'll do a quick breakout room, get to know some new people, and then we'll jump right into the lightning talks. And we'll start the lightning talks maybe, we'll be right on time, maybe a minute too early. If you're somebody who is doing a lightning talk, just be ready to go. When I introduce you, I'll just introduce your title and your name. I won't read the entire abstract. So right now, 10:20, we'll go ahead and we'll take a break, and we'll come back at 10:30.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
All right. So when you get ready, if you're presenting later, how do you just push the share button and
Yep.
it's going to work out okay?
Yep. You're allowed to share. So you're gonna do share. One thing with WebEx is if you're used to Teams, when you hit share, you're then going to ask the second question of like, what do you want to share? And you have to kind of hit the button twice. If you want to practice while we're in this break here, we can do that right now.
Oh, okay. That'd be good because I'm not sure how it's.
So everybody else, we're officially on a break, but go ahead and just hit share.
Okay.
And then who is this? I'm sorry, is this Linda?
My name is Linda Lubert.
Gotcha. You're at 1. Go ahead, just hit share.
I'm at 120.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I need to get the thing.
I have you at 1 to 120.
I know. There was somebody I talked to, and I told them it would be hard for me to get back at 1, and they said, would 120 work? And I said yes. So they were switching. They didn't do it.
Well, I'll message the people from KCI to see if they can go. Brent or Morgan, if you're listening, can you guys go at 120 or 1 instead of 120? I'll message them.
Okay.
That should be fine.
Okay. All right. So we're going to just swap your presentation with the one after the KCI presentation.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I talked to somebody.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So I push share.
Yep.
All right. And I say, so it's screen or application. What I just do screen.
Yep.
Share my screen. Okay.
You might have another thing that says share.
Oh, now I see. Okay.
If you have 2 screens, it's going to ask you which screen you want to share.
Yeah, that's the difference. All right. So.
Yep.
Okay.
Showing your.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
You can just hit stop sharing.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Stop sharing. Did it stop? I pushed
Yep.
it. Okay.
You're
Good. Like, I don't know. It did. What did it do? What did it do? And so I still see here. Oh, it says something present in Teams. I don't want to do any of that. Yeah. So, okay. All right. Thank you. I'm used to Zoom.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right.
So one last thing, we'll kick back up in about a little under 10 minutes to do a breakout session and then start our lightning talks.
Is anyone here right now?
Yes, sorry, we're doing a little bit of a break.
Okay.
We'll do some breakout sessions
Okay.
here in a couple minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I had a quick question about the AI stuff.
Sure. Oh, text your question and the Esri folks will
Okay.
go ahead. Put it in the chat.
Thanks.
Okay, folks. So what we're going to do is we're going to do one more random breakout session where you're put in sessions with other folks. This is just sort of our virtual way to meet new folks, learn about what they're doing, and I'll put larger amount of people in these groups. Some people might still be at break. And we'll do this for about 7 or 8 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll queue up and get ready for the lightning talks.
My name is Linda Loubert.
Welcome back, everybody. And once again, you guys all bounced on camera as you came back, but feel free to, you can leave it on or turn it off. Actually, when we have our lightning talks, once we get into those, if everybody else could turn their cameras off while the speaker's going, that would be great. So we're going to start our lightning talks in about 3 minutes. So the first person up is Elizabeth Greenwell. Elizabeth, if you want to start sharing your screen, go ahead. You don't have to start your presentation, but you can get set up if you will.
Okay, I'll try that.
And while you're doing that, just for everybody else's knowledge, for the lightning talks, they're all back to back. So for those of you who are speakers, I'll give you a buzz when you're about at like 30 seconds to go, and that'll be the time to wrap it up. And like I said, for everybody else, it's probably best to just go off camera, and we'll give our speakers their full attention. Okay, perfect. Well, let's just get the lightning charts started. Our first speaker is Elizabeth Greenwell from PlanRVA. The title of her presentation is PlanRVA's Near Miss Dashboard. Elizabeth, take it away. You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much. Cool. My name is Elizabeth Greenwell. I'm a data analyst for PlanRVA, which is the Planning District Commission for Richmond, Virginia, and the surrounding localities. We do transportation planning, environmental planning, and economic development for the region. And I'm excited to share with you a tool I've been working on called the Near Miss Dashboard. Let's start with defining what a near miss is. Usually in safety planning and especially in occupational safety, a near miss is any event that does not result in an injury but could have. For our dashboard, which focuses on active transportation safety, we hope to gather data on any event that goes unreported to police. Many events where people do have a collision or seek medical care still go unreported to police, and those would fall under the purview of the near miss dashboard. Capturing these and creating data from these lived experiences is critical because data of reported crashes is not sufficient enough to plan for pedestrian and cyclist safety. Unreported events help plan for active transportation safety in a proactive manner before a crash occurs. So how did we conceive of a near miss dashboard? We saw that there are other localities creating these spaces. There's a couple around DC actually in particular, and it's becoming a popular way to create data and engage with the public on safety issues. The options for creating one were to utilize tools like Survey 123 and Experience Builder, Some localities use Google Forms or one example, bikemaps.org, to create a custom site. So we decided that we wanted to try creating a custom-built website with open source tools, and the intention that the code would be open source as well at the completion of the project. The types of events that we are looking to capture are kind of common behavioral or infrastructure issues. I surveyed other existing safety reporting systems on the types of questions presented, and there's no perfect way to structure the survey to capture every experience, but there are some common things that all of the surveys touched on that I'm sure will capture the majority of safety concerns, and ones that we feel might be solved with infrastructure projects or with greater public awareness of behaviors that contribute to unsafe environments for active transportation. The initial setup looked something like this, where I scripted with Python, Flask, and Bootstrap the initial setup for the site, put the code on a GitHub, and deployed it on Render, which Render is an application deployment platform, and connected it to store the data on a site called JSON bin. I selected JSON bin because it was going to be free hosting, and it would give me an API connection to the data to do requests to and from the site. This initial setup was really ideal, as I could add or change the base code, have the commits pushed to the GitHub website, and seamlessly redeploy the website from there, refresh the web browser, view the changes, and continue in this way to develop the site. However, Render was kind of slow. It spins down on the free service between opening and closing the website, and it was going to cost more for a quicker service, so we shifted around the hosting. At the same time, my team member was deploying a dashboard to Amazon Web Services, and he assisted me in switching the site host to that S3 platform. We decided it was going to be a good move long-term to deploy sites and applications that we make in this way, and it was going to be less costly than multiple projects deploying onto other services or having multiple services active and going on within one team. Now the site loads much faster than the Render deployment as well. And we have taken the code and deployed it on AWS, and the data is stored in a bucket there. So it's just all seamless and runs much faster like that. The next step in deploying and in developing the site is to add in Amazon's code deploy, which will have that connection to GitHub again. That way, code changes get connected the same way they were to the Render site, and we can still fulfill that initial desire we had, that the code will be open source and exist as a resource for other localities to develop their own near-miss reporting, near-miss dashboard, public engagement tool. The website works by opening an initial pop-up for users that gives directions on how to use the site. The leaflet mapping plugin means users can geolocate where they are with the click of a button. They can manipulate the map and zoom around, erase and redo the pin they draw on the map. So Leaflet is a very useful tool and comes with its own plugins that make it easy to design buttons and things that you want people to use to interact with on the site. Once the pin is placed, it triggers a pop-up with the form where Bootstrap handles formatting, the questions, the drop-downs, the radial buttons, and those CSS that you'd want for designing your form. And the site includes a dashboard page to see other submissions, where Leaflet then handles the custom markers and pop-ups on that page. It is still in a phase to troubleshoot the user experience across different devices and web browsers, and we are getting feedback from the community at this time. The objective of the Near Miss Dashboard project is to create a shareable online space for the public to submit near miss events and road hazards to a database for analysis and for mapping display. Since we are a PDC, the data accumulated has the potential to inform transportation planning decisions and be incorporated into our project scoring for transportation funding. Like I said, we want the data to be used to inform transportation planning in our region in a proactive manner before the crash occurs. So we're excited to see what we get back from the community, and hopefully with analysis, we can predict from the misses where a crash is likely to occur. Take on that common safety initiative belief that what is predictable is preventable. Additionally, I love cycling, and as much as I recognize the potential for analysis on data like this, there is such a benefit from just having the space for people to feel seen and heard about their experiences, and having a space for that visual record for them to return to. So that's all I have. I'll return to the chat, see if we want to take any questions at this time or get started on the next.
So what I forgot to remind people of is, if you, and great presentation, by the way, I had no idea such a thing existed.
Thanks.
If people could put their questions in the chat, and then you can just address the questions as we're going forward.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you again.
Mhm.
Our next presenter, and you can stop, we'll go ahead, Eliza Gross.
Sure.
If you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Hi there. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. Our next presenter is Eliza Gross from the U.S. Geological Survey. The title of our presentation is USGS Elevation Data in the Chesapeake Bay Watershed. Take
Hi,
it
everyone.
away, Eliza.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm the National Map Liaison for Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and recently took on the duties for Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, and Tennessee. And I work for the National Geospatial Program, and we collect a lot of LiDAR elevation data, and I just want to give an overview of the data that we've collected in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. So as National Map Liaisons for the National Geospatial Program, we work on building connections, providing outreach and education, and fostering collaborations and partnerships. So within the Chesapeake Bay watershed states, there are 3 of us covering those states. There's me, Stephen Hack is covering West Virginia, Washington, D.C., and Maryland, and Joe Baker covers Virginia. Right now, the National Geospatial Program's big initiative is developing a 3D national topography model, or we also call it a 3D NTM. And what this is they describe it as the terrestrial component of the 3D nation vision of a continuous data surface from the depths of the oceans to the peaks of the mountains. So when I give talks to GIS groups, I like to describe it more like we're trying to create a digital twin of the Earth's topography. So a digital twin is a virtual representation of a real world entity or asset. So you take the physical entity of the Chesapeake Bay watershed, and there's a bird's eye view of the watershed there. We're collecting topographic data, in this case, LiDAR data, LiDAR elevation data, to create that digital twin, and then that can be used to inform stakeholders and make decisions. So the way we're going about this is by acquiring quality level 2 or better LiDAR elevation data across the conterminous US, and then we're collecting IFSAR data in Alaska. We're doing this through our 3D elevation program. So the LiDAR data must be quality level 2 or better to meet our program's LiDAR base specification and be contributed to the program. And then as far as status within the Chesapeake Bay watershed, this is a status map that's on the screen right now. All quality level 2 3D elevation program baseline data in the Chesapeake Bay watershed are either available or in progress. So that's why on this map in that Chesapeake Bay region, everything is just colored green. Everything's either available or in progress. So the map kind of creates a simplified look at data in the watershed. So to delve in a little deeper, in order to create that solid green map, it really is made up of 40 different LiDAR projects to create that 3D elevation program baseline. So the baseline data for the Chesapeake Bay watershed were collected between 2013 and 2024. And just to highlight the first and last project that were collected, the first project collected to contribute to the baseline data was 2013 Norfolk, Virginia project. And just to zoom in on that project area, it was quality level 2 LiDAR elevation data consisted of 933 square miles, and it included 8 counties in Southeast Virginia, and it had both local and federal stakeholders involved. And the final project contributing to baseline data is the 2024 Maryland 4-county project. So this project is in progress right now. It's quality level 1, so higher quality data than the quality level 2. It consists of 2,250 square miles, and like I said, the project is still in progress. So just to take a deeper look on that area, so Baltimore County, Maryland is the final, it was kind of the final piece in the puzzle for the Chesapeake Bay watershed to receive baseline data. The county actually collected I think it was like a quality level 2 LiDAR acquisition back in, I think it was 2014, but it just didn't meet our baseline specification. So this data acquisition is providing data that meet the program's data specification. So it'll be able to be part of that final baseline data set. So taking another different kind of look at the projects collected in addition to the baseline data. So anything collected in addition to the baseline data contributes to what we're calling the next generation of the 3D elevation program, or next gen 3DEP. So these projects can represent either an additional quality level 2 acquisition or an improved quality level 1 acquisition. So for example, Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax counties in Virginia, and some of the city areas in there, they have one baseline 3DEP quality level 2 acquisition, and then they also have 2 quality level 1 acquisitions. So this is an example of an area with 3 acquisitions. And just to take a look at the difference between quality level 2 and quality level 1 meter DEM data products in Arlington County. There's an image from Google Earth of Arlington National Cemetery, and then in the center, you've got the quality level 2 LiDAR data that were collected in 2014. in Maryland, Virginia, and the National Capital Region, as it was an effort to collect data after Hurricane Sandy. And then the other acquisition shown on there is a more recent Northern Virginia Quality Level 1 acquisition. And it's kind of, you can kind of see the Quality Level 1 data are a little smoother. And then we've got a comparison here. You know, the Quality Level 1 data have more than or equal to 8 points per square meter. So you've got a lot more points per square meter, creating that DEM. So all the projects collected in addition to the baseline data actually in this region represent an improved quality level 1 acquisition. So there are currently 9 quality level 1 acquisition projects that have been completed or are in progress between 2017 to 2024. And I just want to talk about an example about how these data are being used in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. So they're being used to map stream and floodplain geomorphometry. The USGS and EPA have partnered to create a floodplain and channel evaluation tool, or we also call it FACET. And what this is it's an automated desktop GIS tool that derives hydrography from our 3D elevation program data, and it produces a flood inundation raster and various channel cross-section and stream reach metrics. So right now, this tool is available for the Chesapeake Bay watershed and then the Delaware River Basin as well. And the example image shown here is FACET being used to show various flood recurrence intervals for a calibrated floodplain extent at a Colesville, Maryland stream gauge site, and that's on the northwest branch of the Anacostia River. So I am not the FACET subject matter expert, but if you Google FACET USGS, you'll come across the main software release web page, and the code that they used to write the software is on there. And then also the contacts. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to any of these people, Christina, Marina, Greg, or Peter. So
About 30
thank you.
seconds. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I'm done.
Your
Thanks.
timing is perfect. Right on the number. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good job. Our next presenter is Morgan Seibert. Morgan, do you want to start sharing your screen?
Yep, I will do.
Morgan is with Pennoni Associates. The title of her presentation is Predicting Sea Level Rise Impacts in Bethany Beach, Delaware. Take it away, Morgan.
Okay, great. So good morning, everyone. Okay, you guys can see my screen, okay, right? I just want to make sure.
Yep, you're good to go. We can see it.
Good. Sounds good. So I'm Morgan Seibert. I am a GIS analyst with Pennoni. We are a multidisciplinary consulting firm based out of Philadelphia. Our GIS team's a small group of 7 people. We do a lot of work for municipalities, developing web applications and mobile data collection forms for our clients. Our firm spans over a wide varieties of markets and services. So a lot of times we're working hand in hand with a lot of our internal departments on a range of project types. So today I'll be presenting on a recent project we completed for the town of Bethany Beach in Sussex County, Delaware. It's a small beach town. I'm sure many of you've heard of it. Only has a population of about 1,000 people within a 1.2 square mile area, but in the summer months, there's about 15,000 more people in the town as vacationers. So this seasonal influx is really vital to the local economy, but the town faces some environmental challenges with low elevations, meaning so they're highly vulnerable to flooding and the long-term threat of sea level rise. The town's actually been dealing with flooding for most of its existence, but recently it's been seeing as many as 30 flood events in one year. that reach up to a 1 foot rise in sea level comparison. So our GIS team contributed to a larger part of this project that was led by our engineering team, who ultimately compiled a final report with some flood risk management solutions for the town. And our role was developing several maps and figures that they could use to back up their analysis and findings. So we used sea level rise models from NOAA and performed some basic analyses in ArcPro to determine what infrastructure they had that would be impacted, that would be impacted in sea level rise scenarios from 1 foot to 8 foot. So that's the map here that we're showing. The darker blue areas are the mean high water. So that's like the current water level. And as you get lighter, that increases to the 8 foot. So based on the likelihood and time frame of the flood event happening, gets later. We use the sea level rise models from NOAA along with FEMA flood zones and storm surge inundation models. I don't know why I keep doing it. From NOAA, and put this table together as well, so they would be able to visualize in table format which of their facilities would be impacted. So this is kind of the basis for the rest of the maps I'm going to be showing. We put specific emphasis on their town-owned parcels, emergency services, historical sites, and tourism. So this map is identifying the parcels within the town that are impacted at each sea level rise scenario. We started with the statewide parcel data that we clipped to the town boundary, and then ran an intersect for each of the sea level rise layers to find out which parcels would be impacted at each level. And then we used the Delaware statewide municipal zoning layer to add that information to the parcels so we could distinguish between commercial and residential impact, since they are really interested in tourism being a big part of their economy. And we were able to pull out counts and acreages for all of those parcels for each scenario as well. So with a similar approach, we identified the roadways that were impacted at each scenario. So in the same way we did the parcels, these were identified by intersecting the statewide road center lines with each layer. We split the road center lines into 50-foot segments before we ran the intersection to kind of get a better, more detailed view of what was happening. So we so we split that, then we ran the intersection, and then summarized the feet of roadway that was impacted at each scenario and what percent of the town's roadways that encompassed. So when we first ran that intersection, we actually noticed there was one area of unimpacted roadway that was like right in the middle of like a highly impacted section. And so we can see screenshot here. The roadways are showing after our adjustment, but we realized that bridge elevations were not accounted for in the sea level rise data set. So thankfully, we only had one bridge that we had to worry about and adjust for. So we found a bridge location data set from Delaware First Map. That's that yellow point you can see there. And looked at that, we realized that they didn't have the bridge elevations included in their data set. So we just made the assumption that that elevation would be the same as at either end of the bridge, which was about 3 feet. And that was sufficient to just manually adjust those values. So something to consider. Thankfully, we only had one bridge to deal with in this circumstance. The other main focus we had was highlighting their historic properties in town. The town had a heritage trail, as they call it, and they'd have brochures for the tourists that would take a walking trail or a walking tour of their historic sites. So we mapped those historic sites and the trail path and we're able to document which structures would be impacted at each scenario as well. And so these are all the other maps we developed for this project. There's quite a few. So we compiled these for our engineers to summarize the findings and come up with their flood mitigation strategies to present to the town. Just a quick look at these. So sorry if they're a little small, but it'll just be a brief overview. The top row and the first one from the next row, we're showing the storm surge inundation heights from NOAA's National Storm Surge Risk Maps. And these are representing storms from the Category 1 all the way up to a Category 4. These are kind of like worst case scenario situations for them. But so in the middle, there's FEMA floodplain mapping. Then next to that, we wanted to highlight the beach and boardwalk area of the town. So we mapped their public parking areas to show how sea level rise would impact the boardwalk and the commercial activities. In the bottom there, we also mapped elevation. So we use the LiDAR and contours from the state of Delaware. It's available on First Map. In the middle bottom, that is the groundwater depth data. So we use data from the Delaware Geologic Survey. And the bottom right there, that is their public water system. So the town was able to provide us shape files that we could analyze which of their assets would be most at risk. So this project was really a great example of how GIS can support smarter and more resilient community planning in the face of climate change. And it was really a great building block for us for our relationship with this client. We're actually working now developing an ArcGIS online site with them so we can map their existing water data and create a virtual space for them to view this data that we compiled for the sea level rise study. We also are just beginning a project with the client with Civil AI. So we're collecting the town's road conditions and right-of-way assets. This will be included in a web app and dashboard for them. One of our teammates was actually just down there this week driving the town with the sensor equipment mounted to his vehicle. So this data will be processed by Civil AI and we can pull that right into Bethany's GIS. So it could be a good presentation for next time. But for now, we're excited to continue on our work with Bethany Beach and help expanding the tools that are available to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Once again, remind everybody, put questions in the chat. Excellent. Our next presenter is Ava Patterson. Ava, if you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Yep. Second. Okay. Thanks for the introduction. I'm a GIS specialist also at Pennoni. Today, I'm just going to be sharing some of my favorite tips and creative workarounds for building more effective, more dynamics story maps. So these are techniques I've picked up from real world projects and things that go beyond the defaults that help solve those little roadblocks that we all run into. So one of the first decisions I make is whether StoryMaps is even the right app for the job. For example, if the project is focused on monitoring KPIs or filtering live data, maybe a dashboard is more appropriate. But if the goal is to explain or guide or narrate something that's more in depth, StoryMaps is definitely the better tool. I think it's also crucial to gather as much content as possible up front, whether that's data, images, or text. Even if it's not in your hands yet, knowing whether your project will be heavy on maps or if you're going to have a ton of images to incorporate your text, that'll help you choose the right layout and avoid any rework later. So I have a little outline here that I've used for some projects. that kind of guides those early stage like conversations with project stakeholders. So in this example, I have like general project information, like the target audience and the purpose of the story map. And then it's broken down into sections where I can write any potential headings with any supporting text in that section, and then what data sources or images or videos I want to incorporate with those sections. So the content should definitely shape the tool, not the other way around. And there's nothing worse than when you're in the middle of building an app and you realize you should actually be using another tool. So I've been there. And then once you get an idea about the context or the content that you'll have, it's time to think about the layout, and that's where some of these like tips and tricks come in. So I'm going to go into a demo instead of walking through a bunch of slides. So I can just show you how I did this in practice. So this is a story map I built for a resiliency study for Route 9 in Delaware. This is a public-facing story map designed to exhibit infrastructure that's at risk of flooding and also provide mitigation strategies. So I'm just going to scroll to the area that I need. So the first one is adding invisible point features on the map to label lines more clearly. I'm sure people have used this trick to label points of interest that maybe the base map doesn't have. But here is an example of adding these invisible point features here to label these short levees because it was important for the project stakeholders to have these levees labeled at this extent. So I know ArcGIS doesn't give you a bunch of different options with labeling polylines, and it would come up pretty funky with how short and vertical these are. So that is one trick that I've done for labeling. The next is table formatting. I'm just going to click through here. This was an example of including a table on the right side, but keeping the sidecar layout. If you were to put a table on here, sometimes they just make you choose one color to use as a background, or they want to blow it up to take the entire space. But you have a lot more freedom if you just create the table, let's say in PowerPoint or Excel, and then put it on top of an image, and then take a screenshot of that image and use that as the content on the right. Like, you don't need any Photoshop experience. I literally just took a screenshot of it and used it for the content on the right. Also, while I'm here, subtle yet intentional things like matching the text colors to map symbology helps tie the narrative and the visuals together. So it's a small detail that can make a story feel more polished. So like in this example, I have throughout the story map, I have high tide flooding being blue and the 100-year storm event being purple. If I scroll down to the next section, those colors show up again in their respective areas, and then of course match the symbology as I toggle them on the right. Like I mentioned before, managing media can be challenging, especially when you have a lot to show. So an example here is creating a video out of a gallery of photos to have that be your content on the right. I don't believe you can choose like a slideshow if you want to keep the sidecar layout on here. And maybe you don't want to add all the photos down here and you want that to be like the main content on the right. So I just created a short video that kind of acts like a slideshow on its own and just embedded that within the sidecar. Next is you can also embed sites from authoritative sources for additional interaction. Obviously test that on mobile. This one's a pretty cool one because this is just directly the NOAA sea level rise viewer, and you can completely interact with it in the StoryMap itself. And I also changed it so it's centered on our project area here. One of my golden rules was to always hyperlink your sources, whether it's a data set, a research publication, or a partner organization. Like linking builds trust and provides context. So like right here, I'm referencing the 2022 sea level rise technical report. I have it underlined and linked out so the viewer can easily refer to that information. So those are some tricks to help your story flow, but the maps are still the star of the show. So let's look how we can give them a bit more power. So this is related to symbology. One is that I like to create map effects that respond to zoom levels. So for instance, on a zoomed out level, showing, a base map, maybe it's topographic, maybe it's something else, anything but imagery. But then when the user zooms in, the satellite imagery shows to give a bit more context. So here I have a list of different specific areas. And when you click on it, the imagery pops up to give the user a bit more context around the area. But when you're zoomed out, you can get a little bit more of an overview with a topographic map. Secondly is using, I lost my spot, faded background layers to make the other layers pop. So back on this slide, you can see the project area, or the project study area in orange here. And I toggle it off, and I just have a copy of the layer in gray just to give you still a little bit more context of the project study area. It's not completely gone. It's not still orange because you want the FEMA 100-year layer to pop, but it gives a little bit more context. And then my last trick is using bookmarks in the web map. I don't have anything to show for that specifically, but it's really easy to make sure your map extent stays consistent across your sidecar slides if you use bookmarks. Otherwise, it's easy to get misaligned maps when you're editing different slides or adding or removing, especially when you have a sidecar and you want to use the same extent, but only turn off certain layers when the user scrolls. So that was a bit of a rapid fire StoryMaps tips and tricks, but it's incredibly versatile. If you're willing to think outside the box, these tips don't require any coding, just some patience and a bit of trial and error. So I encourage you to try things out and share what workarounds you come up with. So I'm happy to answer any questions or connect afterwards if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank
Great
you.
job. I was furiously writing notes and taking screenshots. Our next,
connect afterwards.
definitely. Our next presenter is Michael Strager. Michael, do you want to share your screen? Perfect. Michael is from West Virginia University. The title is Analyzing the Spatial Characteristics of Developed Mine Lands in West Virginia to Aid in Future Planning. Take it away, Michael.
All right, thanks a lot. Well, hi everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to share some recent work. I'm on the faculty at West Virginia University in the School of Natural Resources and the Environment. I'm a spatial scientist that uses a lot of geospatial tools to aid in natural resource management. So this work I'm presenting today is really building upon the dashboard that I presented at last year's conference. And this first picture I'm going to show you is related to my talk. I'm from Pittsburgh, and this is US Steel. And boy, I remember growing up in Pittsburgh and had family, friends, neighbors that all worked in the steel mills. And when those steel mills shut down, it was really tough on families and communities. However, living in a populated area, there were some other work opportunities or retraining opportunities that I had relatives, friends, neighbors all have the opportunity to move into. That differs quite a bit in rural areas that have had coal mining leave the area. So these darkest red counties, as part of the Appalachian Regional Commission reports in 2025, showed distressed counties, a lot in that eastern Kentucky and the southern coal fields of West Virginia. So these communities identify as distressed are those that have marginalized or underserved, overburdened areas by pollution, their communities at or above combined thresholds in 1 or 8 categories of criteria they use to define this level of distress. So our study looked at this southern part of West Virginia, the southern 21 counties, and there was an opportunity as part of the Economic Development Administration to look at investing in these communities. So we applied to this grant with Coalfield Development Organization, and we qualified as part of the Coal Communities Commitment part. So we were awarded this opportunity to look at these southern coalfield counties and think about these former mine lands not as liabilities, but as opportunities for development to occur. Because in a lot of these former mine lands that you're looking at right now, there's 4,485 surface mines in these 21 southern counties of West Virginia. And as part of the Surface Mine Control and Reclamation Act of '77, a lot of them have been returned to original contour or pre-mining conditions. So a lot of flat land, a lot of opportunity for potential development to occur on these landscapes. And there's examples of this having been done and very successful. You might remember or see some of these places, names such as the National Boy Scout Summit Bechtel Reserve. That's also in West Virginia outside of Beckley area. We've had Cabela's that were built on mines up near Wheeling, West Virginia. High schools, Pat Dye Golf Course. So this has occurred throughout our state, different types of development. But again, we wanted to focus on those southern coalfield counties, which have some different infrastructure and opportunities that are much more rural than just all the development that occurs. So as for these 4,485 sites, there were 61 that we identified in the southern coalfields that have been developed. So we want to look at the characteristics for those specifically. 56 evaluation criteria were looked at as part of these data sets. So infrastructure, utilities, access roads, electrical power, substations, water availability, number of intersecting parcels, broadband availability. The land use and land cover was tricky because we had to look at what was that land cover before the development occurred. So having a date for those development of those 61 sites was critical, and matching that to the particular pre-development status of that site. Population numbers and densities, acreage of various slope categories, geological constraints, other things that are related to aspects, slope radiance, elevation, basin ranges, and environmental justice status of those areas as well. So the technique we use to analyze all of these spatial variables, the 56 spatial variables for the 61 sites, we use this Baruta method, which is a feature selection approach, and it determines thresholds and returns features that are the most meaningful in your data set. It kind of works on this all relative principle, as it provides you with all the features that are relevant to your kind of machine learning problem. So these are the results that we had for our output, and we adjusted this Baruta model to perform 500 individual random forest runs. The attributes show consistently high z-scores that are important. The x-axis lists those features for the model. And based on the results, the green box plots represent features that should be retained for further analysis and model building, whereas the red ones represent features that can potentially be removed to reduce kind of your model complexity. So the significant factors that were related to those 61 sites that were developed in the southern coalfields were specifically the private land ownership. And we feel that's a characteristic of those areas having the capital and maybe strong incentive to turn those former mine lands into productive assets. They also had more autonomy in making decisions, as they might have less bureaucratic red tape as part of public lands and so on. Lower amounts of forested area made sense for development potential. The broadband presence to pull the development in, and then also underserved areas to create the need for that to occur as well. And then the developable land under 5% was key, which is not always easy to find in this very terrain complex area of West Virginia. So from those results, we were able to integrate them into our dashboard, which has, as you can see across the bottom, these general tabs for specific types of development, or solar, wind, recreation, geothermal, carbon capture, biomass, nuclear, data centers, and also kind of the opposite of development, some conservation easement development criteria. So in using the results of our study, looking at specifically the parcels that intersect the sites, we see real quickly that we go from this 4,485 down to 230 very quickly. And then that's for 5 parcel owners intersecting the site. And then other evaluation criteria, such as the transmission lines that exist on the site, drops us down to 9. And then even further down, we integrate in the broadband criteria. So 5 sites as part of our southern coalfields meet those criteria. Zooming into one of them, we have the parcels as built as part of this dashboard. So highlighted here is the mine site, and then this purple is the parcel, which includes that extent. It shows the ownership name, address, and so on as part of that state parcel data set that we have. So some summary and conclusions, and this work is in press and it's part of the Appalachian Journal that's should be coming out in the middle of this next couple of months and so on, that we found that there's a lot of development potential for this part of Appalachia, and there's a lot of land opportunity. Private ownership, flat acreage on non-forested areas with electrical and broadband have been identified as very important, kind of conducive factors for that development to occur. And then I think it's also to realize kind of the economies of scale related to development. A lot of these places are very rural, kind of isolated locations. So having development occur and having it linked or treed to other places, I think is very conducive to starting that momentum, especially in areas that are so kind of isolated. Also, our future work also is looking at some set covering spatial models to look at if you had certain industries or diversity that you wanted to integrate in, how that could be built for your area. And that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Our last lightning talk presenter is Haoyun Wang. I hope I pronounced that right. Do you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen.
Great.
And Haoyun is from WSP USA. The title of his presentation is Leveraging GeoAI for Disaster Response. Take it away.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Haoyun Wang. I'm a GIS consultant at WSP USA. Our company is a civil engineering and planning design consulting firm. We are in the AEC industry. So for my presentation, I will present my initial efforts on using GeoAI for disaster response. Here is my demo. So this story map explores the use of GeoAI for disaster response, focus on building damage assessment through high-resolution aerial image. So I analyzed the two events. One is the hurricane in Florida, and the other one is wildfire in California this year. So for Hurricane Ian, we know like it has a very devastating impact on the local area in Florida. Many buildings were destroyed. So first I downloaded 2 aerial images from NearMap. It's a high resolution image provider. And then I use ArcGIS Pro's detect objects, use deep learning tool to perform the analysis. And I use the deep learning package building footprint extraction USA for the analysis. And here's the result. So you can see we can compare building footprints before and after the hurricane. So on the left, the blue ones are the buildings before the hurricane. On the right are the buildings after the hurricane. So we can see some buildings were partially or severely damaged. And then I use the select by location tool in ArcGIS Pro and to identify those severely damaged buildings, which are marked in yellow. You take a closer look, you can see these buildings were severely damaged. And my next case study is LA wildfire. So in January 2025, LA suffered from the wildfire, which also had a very terrible impact on the local area. So for my case study, I focus on this part in the north of LA. And also I follow the similar approach for I also downloaded the area image from NearMap. I can show you the interface of NearMap. So I identify the areas, and from NearMap I can select multiple dates. I select 2 days before and after the wildfire. Before date is August 30, 2024, and after wildfire day is January 2025. And after drawing the study area, I can go to the export pane and export the image in georeference style. Also, following the similar approach, I use detailed objects, use deep learning, and also using the building footprint extraction deep learning package. Here is the result. So this study area is almost 2.4 square kilometers. And it took around 20 minutes to run for each analysis. So we can see most of buildings were damaged, and only a few buildings were left undamaged. So if we zoom in, we can clearly see the changes before and after the event. Also, I use select by location tool in ArcGIS Pro and identify those severely damaged buildings. Different from the hurricane case study, most of the buildings near LA in the wildfire study area were severely damaged. So we can see it's a very terrible event. So in my conclusion part, I summarize the benefits and challenges of using GeoAI for disaster response. So leverage high resolution post-disaster image can help us gain a clear understanding of the damage, and this enables us to rapid assess and also aid us in response and recovery efforts. GeoAI has some advantage, or we say benefits. For example, they can provide high resolution insights. Also, the analysis is scalable, and we can get repeatable and consistent results. GeoAI can also pose challenges for disaster response. For example, we have limited access to real-time imagery. For example, the near maps couldn't provide us real-time image. We can only get the image like 1 or 2 months after the disaster. And also, if we want to analyze the whole area of the impacted area, it would require high computational demand. And also, there is some issue with accuracy and generalization, and also data integration complexity. I can share these story maps in our chat. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have questions?
What I'm going to do is have people put questions in the chat for you, and then you can respond to the chat to each person individually. We are, first of all, thanks, big round of applause to everybody who was a lightning talk presenter. As somebody who is operating out as the host, to have everybody be absolutely perfectly on time is just really appreciate all your efforts to have everything locked down. So our next presentations will start in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm a big believer in sticking to a schedule. So we'll go ahead and our first presenter is Kareem, Ahmed, and Matt Gerken. If you guys want to share your screen, I'm going to hold you for a few minutes and give everybody a chance to run to the restroom, stretch their legs for 2 minutes, and we'll start right at 11:45.
Sounds good.
But you can go ahead and share your screen now just to have it set up.
Okay, we'll do.
Matt, did you want to go ahead and hit the share button?
Yeah, Kareem is actually going to share his
Oh,
slides,
okay.
and he's joining momentarily.
Okay, no worries.
Got it.
Okay. Kareem, you can go ahead and share your screen. There we go. So Kareem, Ahmed, and Matt Gerken from warms my heart, from the government of the District of Columbia. Way to go, guys. The title of their presentation is Built Environment Indicators Application. So take it away.
Kareem, I think you're muted.
Hello, sorry. It
There you
just
go.
took me a minute to figure out the mute on sort of software, but thank you. So my name is Kareem Ahmed. I'm a GIS analyst at Okta, the Office of the Chief Technology Officer here in Washington, DC. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Matt Gerken now.
Yeah, and I'm Matt Gerken, also with Octo. I'm a senior data scientist and work with the data team as well. I'm going to start with an intro of the project before I pass it over to Kareem. So essentially, we were working on this hackathon project. There's a group in DC government called Data Science at DC, which is representative of about 400 data practitioners across district government. And we did a hackathon about 2 years ago. And this tool that we'll be presenting on is a direct result of that hackathon project. I led the data work, and then Kareem led the development of the tool in ArcGIS, which he'll walk you through. So to walk you through what our project is, we essentially built this tool that shows how well DC neighborhoods are connected to various physical amenities, whether it's schools, parks, grocery stores, essentially elements of the built environment that are tied to the social determinants of health. So to walk you through kind of the methodology that we wound up using, just wanted to start with an example of how this works with one data point. So we have here Lamont Riggs, the Lillian J. Huff Library. It's one of our newest libraries in DC, up in Northeast DC, was recently renovated a couple years ago to be renamed after a long-term community activist. And this is what our methodology does here. So we start by taking that library as a singular point, mapping it to a map. And then what we add is essentially a 15-minute walking distance boundary around that point. So if you were to start at that library and walk 15 minutes in every possible direction from the start of that library, that boundary is called an isochrone in geospatial data science. And what we do is we construct that walking distance boundary around a particular amenity, and then we take each of DC's neighborhoods, and here we're using census tracts, overlay that census tract boundary on top of those boundaries like we have here. So this is one example of the census tract in Northeast DC. And then our measure that we're actually calculating is what share of that neighborhood is encapsulated by a particular walking distance boundary. And for this example, we're using libraries. So next, we kind of scale that up to include all libraries in the District of Columbia. So on the left, you have a slider map that I developed using OpenStreetMap. So, and it's a slider map. So on the left are the individual library points, and on the right, those are all the isochrones that are developed around each of those libraries. And then the map on the right, the one that's different shades of blue, is that measure of what share of each census tract is within a isochrone, and it shows the extent to which it is located within that isochrone. So the darker the shade of blue, essentially the more co-located that neighborhood is within a short walking distance to a library. So I just walked you through what we did for one of our measures. We actually created 40 other measures of the built environment spanning 9 social determinants of health. So education, employment, housing. We map those up here. We have a pretty detailed data methodology page that walks through how we constructed each of the measures. And there are a couple that are a little bit more abnormal in here too, but we detail those in our data methodology. But essentially all of these are pulling in data that are published to Open Data DC. So we use 48 individual data sets. All 206 census tracts in DC are represented. Next slide. And then what's really cool is once we construct all these measures according to all these different access amenities, we can do comparisons across neighborhoods. So I developed these are called ridgeline plots on the right. So kind of the farther to the right, or the darker the shade of blue that peak is, the more neighborhoods that are within a very close walking distance to a particular amenity. And then kind of going from the top down, you'll see kind of amenities that are closer to most neighborhoods and then amenities that are a little bit farther away. So at least for the education driver, we see that most neighborhoods are very, very close to schools, wireless hotspots, rec centers. And then farther down, you'll see maybe a little bit farther away from crossing guards, safe passage areas. And then you kind of see these kind of like tale of two cities situations here too, where some neighborhoods are really close, but others are really far away. And then one other thing that I think I'll mention before I pass it over to Kareem, within a driver, we actually created standardized like percentiles. So we took all of the measures within a particular driver. We took a weighted average across those and then created these percentiles so that we can compare neighborhoods to each other. So on the map on the right, each of these, for those who are familiar with DC geography, we organized DC into 8 wards. So you can see some of the census tracts a little bit darker in blue are those that are perform better on the education driver, essentially, which is wards 1, ward 6, ward 2, have higher levels of access to education. And then I'll pass it over to Kareem.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so as part of this hackathon project, we wanted to present the data and make it accessible in an interactive tool. So if I go to the next slide, you'll see here, we built this interactive mapping tool using ArcGIS Online Experience Builder. So here you can see this is the landing page where you've got an introduction to the tool. You can see there's a link to Matt's in-depth methodology and about page. And yeah, you've got all of those individual driver pages there, and also an overall driver score.
Like you need to charge it.
Yeah.
And so this is what a driver page looks like. You've got, so easily zoom in and out to explore specific neighborhoods or regions in detail. We've got an interactive histogram, which I'll actually speak a little bit about at the end, because for those of you who've used Experience Builder, certainly, I don't know if it has been updated, but interactive histograms don't actually work. So I figured out a workaround to get this to work. And then, yeah, you can also, using that, you can focus on specific ranges, you know, sort of like distributions of scores by driver or measure around the city. And then on the left-hand side, important, you've got just sort of like a simple breakdown, you know, what each, you know, summary of the driver and each measure there to tell you what it is you're actually looking at on the map. Okay, and now I've actually got some 3 live demos that I'm going to run through just to give you a better idea of how the tool works, you know, in practice. So a quick introduction to the tool. You can access it online now if you wanted to by going to opendatadc.gov and searching built environment indicators. Will come up there at the top. You click on it and you'll arrive at this landing page by default. Now let's navigate to the education driver page as an example. So you can see here, click on a census tract. You also get a little pop-up to see specific results and scores across. So for that driver, you can see all of the measures, the scores there, and those are raw values. Yep, and you've also got the percentiles as well if you wanted to see those. And you can see here, it's of course important to, you know, have a feature like transparency to be able to see the infrastructure, the landmarks underneath. And yeah, a new cool feature, as the showing you the interactive histogram, so highlighting, you know, the bottom end or the top end of a measure. Yeah, to look at those tracks that are, you know, well served or poorly served. And then this yeah, useful additional feature, we've put this add data tool to overlay suggested data sets or import layers from ArcGIS Online or your own layers, you know, either sort of like spreadsheets or a URL where you'd like to see related layers to that driver or those measures to, yeah, be able to make your own insights. All right, and next we're going to go through a couple of hypothetical but sort of real world case studies on how somebody might use this tool. So if I go to the next, oh, all right, so we've got, it started to play. I'm going to just pause it quickly, but so this case study number 1 is a hypothetical residence exploration of DC's food environments. So a new resident in the Greenwell neighborhood of DC noticed a lack of healthy corner stores and farmers markets nearby. So they came across the tool at an Open Data Week event and opened the food environment driver page to investigate. And see, they've found their Greenway neighborhoods, the census tract, and clicked on it to see, you know, those corresponding scores. And you'd see that the color there of that tract in the choropleth is, yeah, highlights a low score for food. So he's, yeah, confirmed that by using the histogram to see that it is in the bottom 25% for proximity to farmers markets. And next, you know, he added some additional overlays like healthy corner stores, farmers markets, and he started to see, you know, where these locations are around the city, as well as, you know, the closest options to his neighborhood. So yeah, he just used it sort of in a very simple way, but to yeah, understand these, you know, features of interest, these amenities in the city and close by as well. So yeah, so then surprised by the inequality, this resident, you know, joined grassroots initiatives and applied to even become a DC Food Policy Council to advocate for improving systems that will, you know, that highlighted, and through looking through the tool, underserved areas were actually highlighted in a way that maybe already knew, but just found an interesting visual way with open data. The hackathon project also sort of compiled a lot of this data into this index that supported what he kind of already knew. But just to show as how someone might use this tool as a civic engagement, sort of to help push some of that. Okay, next we're going to look at a more sort of a hypothetical government sort of angle. So we've got case study 2 here, local governments. So how a transportation planner might identify needs and cross-check existing transportation plans. So a D.transportation planner works to address transportation needs of DC residents. She uses the transportation driver to compare and triangulate data, visualizing gaps interactively. So here you can see we've also got bottom 10th percentile of the overall driver score highlighted there. Focus on areas that already highlighted as having greatest needs. She then goes to explore transit gaps by reviewing the driver and indicator map. So using the histogram for proximity to metro stations, you can see that 10 or 11 of 19 priority tracks rank in the bottom 25th percentile, aligning with existing insights. And then she also uses the add data feature to overlay bike lanes, bike share stations, metro bus stops, and entrances directly onto the map. So she can visually compare those transit gaps highlighted by drivers and indicator track scores with mapped transport infrastructure, reinforcing and refining her understanding. So you can see some areas have strong infrastructure just by that visual insight, while others lack key transit options. And quite strikingly, some tracks stand out with hardly any access to critical transport infrastructure, including two priority tracks in Ward 8 and others in the northern parts of the city as well. You can see that huge empty sort of like parts of the city there, underserved. So she shares this tool with the Move DC team, which is DC's long-range transportation plan team, seeing it as a valuable resource for exploring, checking, and communicating transportation data alongside existing planning efforts. That is actually a real sort of like initiative and long-term long-range transportation plan. So what we put together is really, could be a tool to triangulate some of their findings. With that, I think I'll just very briefly talk about before leaving a bit of time for questions about just the histograms in the Experience Builder. If any of you have made histograms in Experience Builder, you'll know that the interactive feature does not actually interact with the map. So to get around that, I'll quickly share the data that I used behind that as a spreadsheet. If you can see that, I actually added, you can see here, histogram bins. So the categories there, as well as the raw scores and the percentile scores as part of the data set. But how that works in the map to create those interactive histograms, it's a little bit of a cheat where they appear as histograms, but they're actually interactive bar charts. So that's just, a little bit of GIS sort of a workaround that I came up with for this specific tool. And then, a future idea I had, which, I just find interesting, and we've discussed a little bit, would maybe to make a sort of like mix and match, compare factors, compare drivers, compare measurements page, where you might want to look at two, say like proximity to schools and proximity to healthy corner stores. You're thinking of multiple factors. Look at how those scores combine or contrast on one page. So that's, maybe a future iteration of the tool. Other than that, I think that pretty much wraps up our presentation. And I don't know if we want to then have a few minutes for questions or how these presentations have been going. thank you very much. And yeah, thanks for having us.
We actually you have 4 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and if there are any questions, you guys can go ahead and respond to them. And folks, if you just put the questions in the chat. Question, do you have a step-by-step process of making the interactive histogram?
I do not, but I would be happy to write some steps out as a follow-up and share it with the group.
Be awesome. Any other questions? Awesome job, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Way to represent the nation's capital.
Thanks for having us.
So our next presenter is Steve Long. Steve, are you on? I didn't see Steve in the participant list. I'm going to give him a couple minutes. If not, you guys will have an extra 20 minutes for lunch. You know, the last call for Steve. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'll give him 1 minute. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the slide for our lunch break. We are back at 1 p.m. And just a reminder for folks, at 1 p.m. we're going to actually switch the first two presentations. So at 1 p.m. Brent and Morgan will from KCI will talk about stormwater, outfall, drainage area automation, and then at 1:20 Linda will talk about mapping the legacy of redlining. All right, and with that, that breaks us for lunch. Oh, yep. Welcome back, everyone. A few minutes before 1. If you're plugged in and listening, I wanted to let everybody know that Earl Dufour will be serving as the moderator for the afternoon sessions.
Great, thanks, Brendan.
Looks like we have a couple more minutes. But Brent and Morgan, you guys can probably start sharing your screen in preparation for going at 1.
How does that look? Can you see, can everybody see the screen? The slideshow? Okay.
Well, it looks like you have maybe a minute and a half, maybe a minute. I'll let you introduce them, and I'll be here.
Thanks, Brendan. All right, so we'll get started with our afternoon talks. Everybody, as Brendan mentioned, I'm Earl Dufour, part of the GeoMUG group, part of the board. So I'll be announcing the talks going forward. And we'll be starting with KCI, Reeves and Morgan Jones. This is the stormwater outfall drainage area.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Everybody can still see my screen, right? We're still good. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, great. So, yeah, welcome back from lunch, everyone. Pleasure to be here and present this this stormwater outfall drainage area automation solution that we're kind of coming up with. So, just to be forewarned, everybody, this is a project that Morgan and I and our water resources folks have been working on for about a year now. It's an internal project at KCI, and I'll give the whole background here in a bit. But this is our first time giving this presentation. So thank you, everybody, for being the guinea pigs on this. We appreciate any kind of feedback that you may have on this presentation, anything you'd like to see in addition or that we should elaborate a little bit more on. But with that, I'm going to start the presentation here. Just some quick introductions. Again, I'm Brent Reeves with KCI Technologies. I'm a senior project manager in our technology innovation market out of Sparks, Maryland. My main niche, 95% of my work is related to data management, data collection, solution development for stormwater compliance activities. Go ahead, Morgan.
Hey, my name is Morgan Jones, and I'm a data analyst within the technology and innovation sector at KCI. And my background's primarily in geology, environmental science, and GIS, but I have been primarily focusing on developing data management solutions for infrastructure assets with an emphasis on storm drain systems.
Okay. So just a quick agenda here. We're going to go over the purpose and the goals of the presentation and the project here. We're going to talk about the solutions that we're developing, including the source data and the model that we've developed, the Esri-based model that we've developed. We have some lessons learned that we want to go over, and then we're going to talk about kind of next steps and where we want to. Hold on one second. Can you guys not see my screen?
I can see it.
I can see it.
Okay. Morgan, you good?
Just we can see the slide sorter.
Yeah, were you trying to share an application?
No, I wanted to share the slides.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's fine. I mean, you don't have it in presentation mode, but that's okay.
Right. It's just overall view. But we
How
can
do I switch it to presentation mode?
There's a little button on the lower right, one of those little icons next to the plus or minus zoom.
I'm lost.
It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
Oh, right here?
To the right. Or you can maybe hit F5. I think F5 does it too.
F5? No, that worked. Let's try this again. Slideshow from current slide. This one right here?
Yeah, just, oh, you're close.
Oh, wait, here we go. Hold on. Is that better? No?
No, it still looks the same.
No, don't worry about it. I don't
Yeah.
think it's that big a deal,
It's okay.
honestly.
Yeah, you can keep moving.
Okay. Yes. Okay, great. All right. So, sorry. Let me get back to where I was. Is that better? Okay. Anyway. Okay. All right. So, again, the agenda, just kind of went through the agenda, and I'm going to start right in with the purpose and goals. So, if a jurisdiction has a stormwater NPDES MS4, all right, discharge permit, there are specific requirements that they have to present to their reporting entity, right? So, for example, in Maryland, if you have a stormwater discharge permit, you have to show that you are meeting the requirements of that stormwater discharge permit to Maryland Department of the Environment, right? The permit states that one of the criteria for the annual reporting is to develop drainage areas for your stormwater BMPs and your stormwater outfalls. All right, you can see these different parts here. They mentioned associated drainage area, they mentioned delineation drainage areas, they mention complete drainage areas to associated storm drain infrastructure. All right, so what we're finding is that many jurisdictions have drainage areas for stormwater best management practices, like your ponds that you see at clover leafs at roadway intersections. But what they don't have are drainage areas to outfalls. And the main reason for that is it just was never really part of the permit in the past, or it was vague as far as what the reporting entity needed to do for outfall drainage areas. But now the focus for permitting is going towards outfalls and outfall conditions and drainage to outfalls. So this latest requirement, what everybody's focusing on, these jurisdictions focusing on, is delineating drainage areas to their outfalls. I mean, you can imagine a large jurisdictions such as a Maryland State Highway Administration, for example, or a Pennsylvania Turnpike, or Parkway Systems, or whatever it might be. They have many outfalls. We're talking thousands of outfalls that they now need to delineate drainage areas for. So that's one of the goals. The other goal is with a outfall drainage area, you can do tracing of upstream in your storm drain system. Right. So if you have illicit discharges, that's any water that is not any runoff that is not rain-based, right? It's oils, gases, car washes, pollutants, whatever that might be, discharging to an outfall. You can then track back, use your drainage area to help trace back to the source of that outfall. Other requirements in the permit require require that jurisdictions do treatment quantification of stormwater management, so stormwater management facilities and at their outfalls. So, they need to report how much impervious runoff treatment they're gaining within their storm drain infrastructure systems. All right, and then with the drainage area, you can overlap with impervious area, identify where the most impervious is running to specific outfalls or BMPs or any discharge point, right? And you can start prioritizing capital improvement projects, flooding studies, whatever it might be, all based on that drainage area and the impervious within that drainage area. As well, drainage area is important for watershed and drainage planning projects. And the goal here of this model and what we're doing is to develop a planning level drainage area, right? These are not drainage areas that are used for stormwater design, right? They're mostly for planning level projects, such as how much impervious is within this drainage area, what type of land use is within this drainage area, so on and so forth, right? So the main issues that we're coming across here are, if there are existing drainage areas in a database, they're aged, right? And they haven't been updated in years, okay? And the accuracy of the data of the drainage area is not necessarily correct due to changing land use, changing stormwater infrastructure, adding lanes, adding developments, all those things that affect your drainage to a specific point. So here you could see two drainage areas in yellow and red. The red is the correct drainage area to today's current conditions versus the yellow, which was delineated many, many, many years ago. So there is a need to update drainage areas to match current conditions, right? Another issue that we're having is the workflow to delineate a drainage area. The current workflow that many folks use, right? There's different levels of drainage areas, right? There's watershed level drainage areas that can be modeled using Esri hydro tools, and then give you a kind of high level drainage area. But then for planning purposes, for flooding studies and for kind of capital improvement projects, you need a more detailed drainage area. So the current workflow for that more detailed drainage area is a manual effort, looking at DEM rasters, contour, storm drain data, right? Morgan will get more into that. But that current workflow that we're finding, it could be more than an hour and a half per drainage area. So you can imagine if you have 30,000 outfalls that you now need drainage areas for. Now, not many jurisdictions have that many, but we do have clients that do have that many. If you need a drainage area for that many outfalls, you're talking thousands of hours to do a manual drainage area with quality control and finalizing that data product. Again, we talked about the quantity of drainage areas. Some jurisdictions may have 20 outfalls, but some do have thousands of outfalls, right? And then as well is we have to define what the permit, the discharge permit indicates needs a drainage area. So we've been working to develop site selection criteria and develop that criteria for what defines a storm drain asset that requires a drainage area, all right? So that could be many, it could be a few. So you can see how the goal of automating drainage areas might improve that time spent to delineate a drainage area for such a quantity of drainage areas.
Brent, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think your slides are being advanced. We're just seeing the
It's not on the purpose and goal. All right, hold on, let me try
the
this again.
overview of the slideshow there.
I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to share again. Okay, hold on. Share my screen. And I'm going to do it from the window. And I'm going to share this, share. Okay. Are my slides advancing now?
It's on purpose and goals with the yellow and red, but it's still on the design view and not the sort of share.
I'm sorry, Morgan. Do you want to try to share?
Yeah, Brent was having some trouble sharing it in
right.
Presentation view.
Let's see.
There you go.
Okay. All right, Morgan, you're gonna have to drive then. Okay. All right. Sorry, everybody. So back to it. So this is we've seen this slide, right? People have seen this slide. Okay. As well, another issue that we need to consider is the funding and the resources available. Do jurisdictions have staff that can delineate so many drainage areas, and do they have budget program funding to do these? So, by automating, we can help improve that cost savings, type of effort. As well, there's a timing issue. So, annual reporting is due at the end of every fiscal year. Everybody wants to show due diligence for delineating drainage areas, delineating them quickly and meeting their permit requirements. So by initiating an automated drainage area solution, we can help minimize the time needed to delineate drainage areas. Did you advance, Morgan? There we go, cool, okay. So I'm going to talk about the solution a little bit, then Morgan's getting more detailed. So again, what we're trying to do is set up utilizing Esri watershed tools and Esri platform with some Python there, right, involved. We're looking to automate drainage area delineations for time savings, getting them done, minimizing costs, all right, to delineate all these drainage areas. We're trying to delineate drainage areas in batch. Now, we found that since we're using a DEM as our source layer, that the DEMs are inconsistent across county boundaries. So when I talk about batch, and we talk about batch, we're talking about doing it at a county level, you know, at almost a maximum, unless DEMs have the same resolution across boundaries, right, county boundaries. So we're talking within a county, within whatever the resolution is of the DEM in hand, all right? We also want a repeatable process. So we want to set it up one time. We want to be able to have repeatable runs and export our polygons, our drainage area results, you know, in batch, again, like we're talking about. And we want to do that through kind of like an Esri model builder with some Python scripting and Python activities there to support kind of that out of the box solution.
All right, so that's my cue. So kind of getting more into the source data and what we use to actually kind of flesh out that model is we use a lot of the GIS-based hydrologic model tools that Esri has through their hydro tool sets. When we start working with the digital elevation models for this project, we use open source data from Maryland's IMAP LiDAR inventory. And this provides the detailed elevation information we need to run tools like flow direction, flow accumulation, and watershed in the desktop environment. If you look at the image onto the left, you can see that the LiDAR-derived product coverage varies by year, just like as Mr. Reeves was pointing out, and location across the state can differ on that resolution and data quality from one jurisdiction to the next. This variation directly affects the automation for drainage areas, so it's something to keep in mind during interpretation of the results. We also look at and use storm drain GIS data, and that is jurisdictional dependent. Some counties maintain complete and well-attributed data sets, like you can see here on the right. This has your inlets, your pipes, your outfalls, while others may only use partial coverage or legacy CAD files. So that does, again, impact how we set up the model and do that automation process. Together, the DEM and the storm drain datasets serve as the foundation of the model, and higher quality inputs reduce the amount of manual cleanup required during post-processing. But before model execution, the datasets are evaluated to identify gaps, inconsistencies, and any pre-processing requirements. So kind of going into a high overview of the tool, like I said, we use out-of-the-box hydrology tools from Esri. These tools are commonly included in Esri Spatial Analyst extension and form the basis of most automated watershed workflows. Some tools are used to prepare the elevation surface and identify and remove anomalies like the artificial sinks that could block surface flow, and others define the direction and accumulation of flow, capturing how runoff would naturally travel based on slope and topography. Flow direction calculates the steepest path for each cell, while flow accumulation highlights where runoff converges, usually often aligning with stream beds, ditches, or stormwater inlets. And this is particularly useful in low relief urban areas where flow is a little bit less visible. And to refine those drainage areas around infrastructure, we use other tools like aligning pour points with the likely flow path, and that improves the accuracy of drainage areas connected to the outfalls and inlets. Built environments also introduce further complexities. So in areas where infrastructure like pipes or inlets redirect water, it becomes necessary to integrate those features into the elevation model itself. And this is done by converting storm drain features into raster format and merging them with the terrain surface. And that's a process that's often referred to as burning in the infrastructure. And doing that ensures that the model flow paths follow both the ground surface and the underlying drainage systems. So each tool in the workflow plays a distinct role. Some handle surface preparation, some manage flow behavior, and others support that post-processing and usability when the engineers are doing their QA/QC process. So yeah, at QCI, we leverage these Esri Hydro tools with a custom-built model builder workflow, as well as some customized Python scripting to help automate the drainage area delineation to outfalls. And this automation process transforms what would typically be a highly manual, time-consuming task into a streamlined and repeatable model that can be scaled across jurisdictions and performed in batches. Rather than deploying one universal model across the state, we run the workflow by county, because we have done an iterative approach that has refined the parameters with a more defined and select range that works best based on that DEM resolution and the completeness of the storm drain data. And what this diagram shows is how we organize these steps into a repeatable sequence with the built-in flexibility to adapt for each county's unique data conditions. And again, DEM resolution can vary significantly by county, from 1 meter to sub-meter surfaces with point spacing and vertical accuracy ranging from over 30 centimeters to less than 7 centimeters. And this variability impacts the flow path accuracy and must be accounted for in tool calibration. So here's an example of some of that raw outputs. On the left, this is what it looks like once we take that workflow and spit it out. We get these kind of jagged edges. This is because it is based on the cell size from that raster processing. And then we use, depending on the need and the area, like urban built environments versus more rural areas, we will do some post-processing with additional tool sets that we have automated to make it more consistent and help with that. So we'll use polynomial approximation with exponential kernel smoothing, and that method generalizes the sharp angular edges that you can see on the left and smooths it out and gives a more cleaner and simplified overall boundary that you can see on the right. And so I know I saw the time warning, so I'm just going to skip ahead to some of the good stuff, right? This is the overlay comparisons from some of our model outputs. And this is an example that we have done in Baltimore County. The magenta boundary represents the automated output from our model, while the black boundary reflects a hand delineated watershed that was created by an engineer. The comparison allows us to evaluate both the accuracy and the behavior of the model relative to professional judgment. In many areas, the model performs well, and you can see that aligning with logical terrain breaks and infrastructure flow paths, and notably it reduces some of the inherent subjectivity or bias that can occur in manual delineations, especially in areas with like more ambiguous or low relief topography. So as part of our QA/QC comparison, we look at these differences from the model outputs from what our engineers are hand delineating and going back, refining our models, and then running the batches again with those kind of threshold parameters that we established. And I'll just, again, kind of rapid fire through. Here's another example of what a pretty well-defined drainage area comes from that model output. And the processing, again, this came from Baltimore County. We ran it over 100 different outfalls. And the processing time, it spits these outputs out within 5-10 minutes versus that manual effort, that black line from an engineer that can take about an hour to an hour and a half to delineate. Now, let's get into kind of like the kind of comparisons to this. As you can see, it's powerful, it's scalable, but the model is not without its limitations. Automation improves efficiency, it standardizes workflows, and it reduces subjectivity, but it does not replace engineering judgment. Instead, it serves as a decision support tool that helps jurisdictions meet their MS4 and PDS compliance by producing drainage areas through a reproducible and transparent process. This helps you get that due diligence and to show that you're doing the best that you can. And then when you know better, you do better. That said, model performance does depend heavily on the data quality and configuration. Accuracy improves significantly when the model is supplemented with additional inputs like rooftop drainage layers, updated storm drain infrastructure, or field verified inlet locations. But you can see to the left, we have a case where the model will overestimate drainage area. And that is when the model extends well beyond the expected engineer delineated boundary. And in this case, we found that the engineers that are using things like aerial imagery as well, they're able to pick up missing storm drain data, which the model obviously cannot do because it was not put into that condition DEM. And then example to the right, we have incorrect storm drain burn-in. This is where when you take a model and you try to apply broad parameters to it, sometimes that burn-in, setting those cell values and kind of creating these false sinks to get a more realistic interpretation for the model to look at that water flow, it doesn't always work successfully when you aren't looking at it on a jurisdiction basis. So that's what that kind of example is showcasing here.
Morgan, I'm sorry to cut.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'll let you know that I'll just give you 1 minute here to kind of wrap things up.
Yes, all right, sorry. Oh, again, I'll just say automation improves the efficiency and standardized workflows, and it reduces subjectivity. But we're not doing, at this moment, a statistical analysis. We're still in that refinement phase, going to building that model across all of the counties so that we are getting the engineered overall boundary alignment, which is 60 to 75% accurate at this moment. But we're looking at IOUs in the future. So I will advance for Mr. Reeves to give.
Yeah, so, yep, go back one, Morgan, lessons learned real quick. So just to sum it up here, Morgan mentioned a lot of that. You know, what we're getting is a drainage area template, right? It gets the engineer who's doing the manual delineation and the quality control thinking about drainage breaks. It saves time from doing that manual delineation effort. Our time and cost savings here, we went from like about an hour and a half per drainage area to about 45 minutes per drainage area doing this. And it really becomes a QC effort at that point, right? Not only that, but you're also getting a storm drain update in the process if you are doing storm drain updates while you're doing this, and you're showing dual diligence and meeting your permit requirement just really based on the model outputs. Go ahead, Morgan, last one. Our next steps here is, you know, how can we incorporate more data into this model, such as rooftops and buildings and overpasses and curbs to fine tune the export of the drainage area. We're looking at using higher resolution DEM and the cost for doing that as well. Just beefing up the process time, because it does take a while, you know, on the back end to run this data. So we're looking at utilizing VMs, increased GPU processing time and storage, and then building this all out through Experience Builder and tools so that really anybody can use this model to delineate these drainage areas and meet your compliance. So sorry, we went over a little bit there, folks, but thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I don't know if we have time for questions, but if we don't, if you have any questions or comments,
just put them in the chat.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah,
please reach out to Morgan or myself, and we'd be more than happy to show you some more results and, you know, expand on this a little bit more. But thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience with us.
Yep.
Oh, no problem. Thanks, Brent and Morgan. It's a great presentation. Okay, as Brendan mentioned, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and put them in the chat, and Brent and Morgan will try to answer those. With our next presentation, we'll go ahead to, transition into the next presentation here. That's Linda Lobert with Morgan State University. The title of this presentation is Mapping the Legacy of Redlining, GIS and NLP Approach to Understanding Historical Appraisal Bias. Linda, you're up.
Hi, everyone. Linda Lubert, and I'm an associate professor at Morgan State University Economics Department, and glad to be with you today to talk to you about some work I've been doing from a HUD grant of mapping the legacy of redlining and using natural language processing to understand some of the stuff that was said in the past. So just a quick history about redlining. Of course, it's from the federal government during the 1930s. There was the National Housing Act of 1937. Anyway, we got the Homeowners Loan Corporation started at that point, and the data we're going to see is coming from there. It was to help people who had borrowed money, but also it was to help mortgage creditors. So the idea was not to have people lose their homes during the Great Depression. So the redlining legacy, and the way that I'm looking at it is that it's left a lasting imprint on the urban landscape, being able to shape patterns of housing inequality and economic disparities across the states. So this study, I'm using GIS to visualize and analyze spatial persistence of this by integrating natural language processing to examine these reports that came out of the Homeowners Loan Corporation back in the 1937. So what I was doing was I was looking to see the sentiment of the appraisers, and that was by overlaying the HLC. I'll get into this a little bit more, but I just want to kind of show this here with and talk about and think about socioeconomic conditions today. We can see how things have been basically long lasting. Because if you look at red areas, and here I'm just giving you a quick picture to see that unemployment rates were probably the highest in the red line areas. That's just one little indication. But the data that
sorry to interrupt. Are
Yeah, I
you
didn't know.
running a presentation? Because we're not seeing the slides changing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a WebEx
really it's
thing. Yeah, now we're on the geometry. But
you
prior to
haven't been
that,
able
it
to
was,
see anything.
yeah, prior to that, it was just on the
Oh,
the slide.
maybe I have to do the share the. Okay, I don't know how this works then. So you can see this, right? But you can't see. You can see when I do this.
Hit the share button again.
We're seeing your presentation. We just didn't see the slides advancing, Linda. That's all.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. So share again. What do you see?
Okay, so now you see the presentation, but I think
You'll just have to click on the slide to advance it.
Right.
So you can see that?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So I guess I'll have to do it from here. Why can't I don't know why you can't see it from the
Yeah, it looks like going to the share presentation isn't working. It's staying on the editing side of it. So yeah, if you can just manually go through the slides, that would be good.
Okay. Slides, yeah. All right. Sorry about that. So where did I get the data? From University of Richmond. This lab's run by Robert Nelson, and they took the original collection of the security maps from over 140 cities and digitized them. So I was able then to utilize that data from the digitized. This was like just a picture of one of the maps and how they looked back in 1937. This is Birmingham. And all across the United States, you can see all the different cities that did have security maps drawn by HLC. And looking then at Baltimore, I'm bringing it into ArcGIS to start doing stuff with it, like the first map that I showed you of El Paso, to be able to do overlaying of information that's important in my aspects of understanding this. So the problem is, how do from these maps and the data that was digitized from it, how to make any sense of what the appraisers said in them, because, and this is a copy of the actual appraiser's form that was used in 1937, and they had on there detrimental influences. And of course, you can't really read this real well here, but it's talking about Negro encroachment and things like that. So this is what really started me to think about this. And the one way that I began to think about it was to actually do word clouds, just grab everything and to start to see what popped out the most. And I kind of highlighted some of these things, because this is what helped me to be able to create a training model, because this is what I'm seeing, and it's really true that because I went through this first process of just doing word clouds from the data, and so I could come up with some hypotheses about this. Now, I don't want to really spend a lot of time on my hypotheses, but just to know that I had them, because you know, with the data, there were actually 700, over 7,500 rows. We had to get rid of a lot of them because I'm interested in what was said in detrimental influences. And some of them, there was nothing written. So there were 3,000, over 3,700 rows of data that was then ready for NLP analysis. So the analysis of the appraiser's comment under that employed Roberta, which is a sophisticated open source artificial intelligent AI model designed for NLP. And Roberta is simply meaning short for robustly optimized bidirectional encoder representation from transformer, just so you know. And here in ArcGIS Pro, you know, under geoprocessing, you're able then to get to Roberta once, and I had to create a training model data set. But again, I was able to do that based on the fact that I went through this process of using word cloud to see what popped out. And so I was able to use that training model to be able to create, see what it could do to help me understand. So these are the variables that I used, that I designated them first and then used them in the training model. And these are the results that I got. And what we see here, now let me just make a point. I see sentiment. This is that perceived view of area. And so this is not a sentiment analysis, but I'm using that term sentiment because this is that perceived view that came out. So these, if you look at accessibility issues, we see, you know, that the training model that the program did quite well. You know, we got very low standard deviations on a lot of these. We can see that that race had a mean of 67%, proximity to undesirable elements, 53%. So these things were things I was interested in looking at to see what kind of really popped out. And what I also did was to weight all of those so that within each grade, because there were grades A, B, C, and D, was to weight them by, you know, within those to see which one was first, second, what had the most percentage. So I had weights on them to kind of just have a better view of looking at the data that I had produced or that was produced using GeoAI. And so, first of all, we looked at the states by the largest percent of these natural, what we came up with, the natural language processing. And I'm showing you by state, even though these were done by the city, but a quick visualization, I'm still working on how to best visualize it at the city, because each of one of the cities has, you know, A, B, C, and D, and I can, it's just, I just haven't been able to figure out how to present this through a GIS lens at the city level. But however, I did it at the state, so it can pop out real quick that these, you know, Alabama, Georgia, Colorado, and Pennsylvania, they had the largest percent of race as their what was being seen and thought of from the appraisers. And then I then pulled out just race to see what percent just of race in the states. We could see that, of course, Colorado still had the highest percent of that, but then Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Then we're also looking over on the West Coast with a couple of states there pretty high with their percent of race and class concerns as being what was the appraisers were saying in that detrimental influence category on the forms that were created. So, so this study is adding to the growing body of work that's documenting this impact of redlining and how it still is persistent and existing within a lot of places, and showing this racially biased housing policy that started back. Well, actually, it didn't start in the 1930s. It actually started many places before that with race-based covenants for housing in lots of cities. Baltimore being the primary first one to do so. So it was even before the 1930s and before the Great Depression, where people were losing their houses and the government tried to stop it. But then the fact that I decided to use this natural language processing to actually take those words from what was said, what the appraiser said, what they wrote down on those forms. And I did a regression and cluster analysis, which I didn't get into here, but we're able to show this that historical appraisers not only reinforced racial hierarchies, but also relied on coded language systems to maintain those hierarchies in less overt ways. Because I was able, then once I had all of those variables, I was able to see how they really related to each other in different places by the grade, by cities. And of course, I didn't show that in any of this, but those are some of the things that I did. But the diversity of appraiser justification across these cities in the United States, it reveals this flexibility, but also ultimately discriminatory housing valuation systems that really hasn't gone away, even for today. But these findings provide a clear picture of how redlining functioned as a policy mechanism, but it continues to inform disparities in wealth access and opportunities today, because many times once you overlay where we had those redlined areas and you start looking at all of the different social and economic variables that you can display, you can see that the worst conditions always seem to still exist in those redline areas. So thank you. And I guess you can put any questions that you might have in the thing.
Thank you, Anna. Wow, that was a great presentation. Very informative.
I'm going to stop. I got to get back to how to stop this. Okay, stop sharing.
Yeah, you can just stop sharing.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
So any questions for Linda? We can put it in the chat. You got one here.
Tell me quickly, how do I read the chats?
I can read it to you, but there's a button over to the far right. It should be able to open up your chat.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to stop my video.
So it's saying, I wonder if Roberta is embedded in ArcGIS Pro, and can you choose which model to use in your ArcGIS Pro? I don't know if you're. I think you're on. You're muted. I can unmute you, or you can unmute yourself. But anyway, you can respond to that, Linda.
Okay.
When you get the chance.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Great. All right. So it looks like we're back on track here with time. Next up is Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Ellen Furs. And the title of this presentation is Don't Panic, Pennsylvania Geological Survey's First Foray into Machine and Deep Learning into ArcGIS Pro Environment. Ellen, are you on?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hear you loud and clear.
Okay, apologies in advance. I am working with one screen, so I won't be able to monitor the chat. So if anybody needs to let me know if my slides aren't working, just go ahead and say something, okay? Can you guys see my screen?
We cannot, actually.
You cannot. Oh no. Ooh.
Have to
Let's
hit
see,
share
entire
right
screen, share. Mm-hmm. All right. Unfortunately, it's not letting me.
Hold on. Let me make you a. Let me see if I can make you a co-host or something. That might help.
Brendan's on the job, Emma.
Okay, no worries.
We have Ellen.
I think it might let me do what it has for other presenters. It might let me share a window, but it's not letting me share my whole screen.
Try it now.
Okay. Oh gosh, now everything's frozen. Let's try this again. Okay.
It doesn't work, Ellen. I don't know. Maybe.
Are you guys
There you
getting
go.
it? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I think, can you see my, are we good?
Yep.
Yes,
And
we
now
see it.
go into presentation mode.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
You can see it? Okay, let me know if they don't advance. Okay, I'm gonna start my timer, but feel free to give me a verbal heads up when I'm getting close. So I'm Ellen Fears. I am with the Pennsylvania Geological Survey, and I'm going to be talking about some case studies where we were using machine and deep learning in ArcPro. So here's the overall contents of this presentation. I'm going to give a brief background, and I'm going to give a case study for machine learning tools in Pro, and then a case study for deep learning tools in Pro. And I'm not, with the time limit, I'm obviously not going to get into a lot of the specifics when it comes to software and hardware. So this isn't really supposed to be a guide or a best practices presentation. This is supposed to kind of just be inspiration for you all. And similarly, I am trying to connect with people who are interested in machine and deep learning. I'm still relatively new with it. So if you have an interest in these tools, I encourage you to reach out to me. Okay, so quick fast, I did want to show this graphic because I think anyone who has any interest in machine and deep learning has seen some variation of this figure, just showing how artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning relate to one another. Practically, I haven't found a ton of use from these definitions. So I'm going to quickly explain machine learning and deep learning, at least how I engaged with them in ArcPro. So for my purposes, machine learning meant performing a single function and incorporating training data that could include a number of different data sets. And the training data I used had to have the same spatial coverage. For deep learning, this involved creating a deep learning model based on training data. However, this training data, unlike the machine learning, could be applied to a number of different data sets with different spatial and temporal coverages. So what that looks like for machine learning was basically a predictive raster output. So I started with a given study area that was a raster. Then I had some known point data. And from this, I was able to use machine learning to make a prediction of how the rest of that raster area would be classified. And I didn't have to keep it to just one training raster. If I had a number of rasters for a given area, I could apply those same known points to all the rasters. And usually, hopefully, that makes the output more accurate. With deep learning, this was more object identification. So if I started with a given raster and known point data, the goal was to create a learning model and teach the software how to recognize those point objects in a new study area. And I could apply that same model to a number of different study areas. And what I think is cool is I could apply them to different areas with different representations of that data, which is what I'm trying to show here. Like, it didn't have to be the same data density. It could be more sparse or it could be more dense. And what is also cool, I think, about the deep learning tools in Pro is you can take that deep learning model and apply it to the same study area, but using raster data from a different time period. So if I created a model that could detect objects using LiDAR that was flown in 2015, I could use that same model to detect those same objects for LiDAR flown in like 2019. So I'm briefly going to show you my study area. I'm located out of Pennsylvania, and I was focused on Mifflin County in Pennsylvania for a few reasons. Number one, the USGS has contracted some really excellent hydrography data in this region, and my work focuses primarily on investigating new and innovative ways to produce hydrography. So I thought this really good existing hydrography data could fulfill two purposes. It could work as really excellent training data, but it was also a way to QA/QC what comes out of the machine and deep learning. Also, later on in the presentation, I'm going to talk about some work I did trying to detect karst features. Mifflin County was also the subject of a research project my coworker did, identifying karst features using QL2 LiDAR. Okay, so first case study is in machine learning, and the goal here was to predict channelized features in Mifflin County, Pennsylvania. So the idea was to use that good USGS elevation-derived hydrography I showed you to produce a predictive raster focused on identifying potential channels. So there were different ways I could have approached this. I thought about, and I tried these, but you'll see which one I ended up going with. One approach was to use high order streams as training data to predict the occurrence of lower order streams. I could have conversely used low order streams to predict the occurrence of higher order streams. Another approach is, instead of trying to focus on the whole county at one time in terms of training data, to take a chunk of that county, use that as training data, and apply it to the rest of the county. And that is what I ended up doing. So again, my study area was in Mifflin County, which I'm showing here outlined in red. Essentially, I took a chunk of the USGS elevation-derived hydrography, which is shown here in pink. I used that pink data, even though I had data for the entire county, I used just that small section as training data to predict hydrography for the rest of the county. So this is kind of what that looked like. This prediction is based on this vector data set of channelized features, which encompassed about 48 square miles. And I don't know if anyone here is going to be super interested, but if you're familiar with hydrography data, I wanted it to have the best chance possible with this machine learning. So I thought it would be helpful to remove any geometries that weren't lines. I removed any geometries that went into the subsurface because I thought that would be too difficult for the machine learning to intuit what was going on. And I only focused on features in the study area. So that left a few of these hydrography features, and that's what I'm showing here in pink. Right? So this is the training vector data. And I did have to convert these to points for ArcPro's forest or random forest generation tool. I created two classes, point features that were channels and point features that were not channels. So that's what this looked like. I took the USGS hydrography data, and those channels I converted to the channel class of points, which are shown here in green. And I created a fishnet as kind of a background. And the fishnet is like 50 by 50 meters shown here in red. And those points represent the knot channel features. And there are a few places in this image where you can see the red points are pretty close to the green points. They're not actually touching. I did create a buffer around all the channels of 3 meters. So the red points do accurately represent knot channel features. So I did that. I created that point feature class, and then I brought in some predictive raster data for the rest of the county, which is about 400 square miles. And I actually used 35 different training rasters, excuse me, because the tool I was using also gave you information on which training rasters it thought was the most important to predicting your final output. So I thought that would be helpful, and I thought it would be interesting to kind of see what it came up with. Okay, so this is the output of the machine learning. And at this scale, the countywide scale, I know you can't see anything. So we're going to zoom into 1 to 24,000. Here, I'm showing the machine learning predicted channelization in green. And at this scale, if we compare it, and this is a section of the input data that I did not use the USGS line work. And if we compare it to the USGS line work, which I'm showing here in pink, I actually think it did a really good job of predicting where some of these features would be. And if we zoom in even farther, here's at a 1 to 5,000 scale. Again, the green is the machine learning output, the prediction of where these channels would be. And the pink is showing the extent of the USGS hydrography data. And I thought it would be cool to actually compare it to the USGS's. They have a raster data set called a geomorphic indicator, which is what I'm showing here. And this is a product that they use to derive that hydrography data. And if we compare the two, if we compare the machine learning predicted channelization with the geomorphic index, I actually think the machine learning predicted channelization is a bit of an improvement, which I think is really cool. I'm also not trying to besmirch the GMI. It's a really good raster, and it was one of the rasters that I used to train this machine learning model. In fact, looking at the two of these, I actually think that out of the 35 training rasters I used, the GMI was probably the most important of the training rasters, which was kind of weird because when I use this tool, it gives you an output. Whoop, skip past that. Skip past these guys. It gives you an output of variable importance. And looking at this, I saw that the GMI raster was actually kind of ranked pretty low. And I don't know why this is. I'm genuinely not super familiar with this table, and maybe I'm not interpreting it correctly. But I did think it was worth trying the whole thing again, like the machine learning workflow without the GMI. That was the only training raster I removed. And when I removed it, the output was significantly worse. So I'm not really sure why it's ranked so low, but this is, I'm pretty positive this is like my own misunderstanding. Having said that, I am still really happy with this output. Here I am showing the predicted channels overlaying the GMI. And I think if anything, it's an improvement, which is encouraging. Okay, so I'm moving on to my second final case study. This one is for deep learning. So I had the idea that I could use.
To let you know you got 4 minutes, just letting you know, 4 minutes.
I have 4 minutes. I thought I had 8 minutes. Okay, maybe I started my stopwatch too late. Okay, so we're gonna zoom through this. Essentially, I wanted to convey that my goal was to identify karst features using a training model. That did not happen. I think part of the reason it didn't happen was I was hoping these deep learning tools would magically intuit some sophisticated pattern in these input rasters to identify karst features. They did not. And I understand why they didn't, because if you look at some of the input rasters I used, like you as a human wouldn't be able to identify some of those karst features. So I don't think there is a tangible pattern that the deep learning was able to hook onto. So I tried something else. I tried to apply deep learning to identify water body features in Mifflin County. So I used existing karst feature, or no, not that. Sorry, we didn't do that. I used existing water body polygons to create a training model to identify water bodies in an adjacent area. And the training raster I used was a slope shade. So I think I'm going to skip through some of this. Okay, so again, this is the study area. I was using a slope shade, and I was using these input water body polygons. And these were polygons I had manually delineated, so I was very confident in them. It sucked. I don't recommend manually delineating water body polygons if you can help it. But when I put them in the first time, the deep learning tools were very good at accurately delineating water bodies, but they didn't catch all of them. So if you look at the hillshade and the aerial imagery on the right, you can see there are a number of water body features that weren't picked up by my deep learning workflow. So the thing about deep learning is you can take one input raster and input object feature set and use it to predict the output for a number of areas. However, if you have, so if it's not accurate, if you have a number of areas with existing data, you can also use them as input. So instead of using just one area shown here in purple, instead of using that area, the water bodies there, I actually had very accurate water bodies for about 15 different project areas. I entered the water bodies from all of those project areas into the deep learning workflow. And this is what the output of that looks like. So the image on the left shows the red polygons. Those are water bodies that were predicted using one study site. And you can see the teal polygons on the right are the water bodies predicted using like 15 different study sites. And that improved the prediction immensely. There was kind of a hitch in that my model also predicted the occurrence of some buildings as water bodies. I think that makes perfect sense. These are building footprints, so the tinning and the flatness can look very similar. And I'm not really bothered because they were very easy to winnow out using a land cover data set. But in the future, I would probably use buildings as an input in the deep learning model to teach the software what was a building and what was a water body. Yeah, but I am very happy with the output. It was an interesting exercise. I work for the Pennsylvania Geological Survey, so I am obligated to reference our website. And if you have any questions, if you want to talk about machine or deep learning, please feel free to reach out to me. And that's everything. I don't know how I'm doing on time.
No, we've been going over just a little bit, so I was gonna afford you just, a couple minutes, but yeah, you ended right on time. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, interesting presentation. Thank you for that. Anybody have any questions? You can drop them in the chat as we've been doing. So Ellen, you can keep an eye to that now that presentation is over. So thanks, Ellen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, let's see, we have Samantha Dixon, and Samantha will be presenting Streamlining Success at the Holland Board of Public Works. And this is the Board of Public Works accelerates utility networks in Michigan. And Samantha comes to us by way of One Spatial. So Samantha, I think, yep, we can see your screen, you're in presentation mode, you're in control.
Awesome, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Samantha from One Spatial.
Samantha, we're having a little trouble hearing you.
Let me Does that help?
That helps a little bit, yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I'm from One Spatial. Hi, everyone. We are headquartered in the DC metro area in Vienna, Virginia. I'm a account executive, and I'm going to be talking about how we helped Holland Board of Public Works accelerate their UN migration. So first, I'm going to just introduce One Spatial a little bit, go over what the utility network is. Then I'll jump into the Holland Board of Public Works use case, the overview of how they were approaching their initial migration, and then how we were able to kind of help with the process improvement.
Real quick, I'm personally still having some issues hearing. It's a bit of an echo. Is anybody else experiencing that?
No, I hear it fine.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so why One Spatial? A quick introduction on how our platform helps with all sorts of big data projects. I'm going to forgo an additional or a traditional introduction slide about us, but basically what you need to know about us is we help with automating data management, especially spatial data. We have underlying tools, namely our rules engine, One Integrate, that allows us to help in all sorts of data projects, many of which follow the blueprint that you see on the screen here. We set up an automated workflow to take all sorts of data in different formats from different suppliers, and we upload those into our data submission portal called One Data Gateway, and that's kind of the first step that you see there on the screen. And from there,
Samantha, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut in. There's a few folks in the chat. They are saying they're having trouble hearing you. Is there any way you can get your mic closer to you? It sounds like you're either far from your mic or.
Okay, let me, I'm going to stop sharing my screen just to see if I can change my sound.
Okay.
This better.
Oh, that's way better. You
Okay,
sound 100%.
great. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, am I back in presentation mode for the slides?
Yes, you are. Yep.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
Okay, so basically this is how our technology works, automating data standardization. So a couple examples of how our technology is being used is in several states we're standing up this type of spatial data infrastructure for their next generation 911 data migrations, where counties are the stewards of their addressing data, and they can upload that into kind of this workflow that you see on the screen to be validated and ingested into the statewide next gen 911 data set. And another example specifically for utilities is for the National Underground Asset Registry, or NUAR in the UK. We're using this same basic workflow to take in data from over 700 asset owners to standardize it and bring it into a nationwide repository, and all of the underground assets in the UK. So how do we use this to help utilities migrate to the utility network? So it's the same general flow, and I'll get into the specific apps and their functionality later, but what we do is we use One Data Gateway to load data from your existing network, be that in geometric network or another network model, or maybe you just have simple points, lines, and polygons GIS. And we're able to run assessments to quickly get you those issues that you may face during the migration. And we have tools to help migrate the data into the utility network schema and format. And we pre-validate that data in the staging schema. And then we're able to load that into the utility network. And I'll get into the advantages of that process later. But what this does is it allows users to have a defined rules-based process for migrating your data and knowing as early as possible during migration what are the issues that you may face moving forward. So really quick, what is the utility network? So the utility network model is really meant to modernize your network. And a good implementation of the UN allows you to get closer to that digital twin where where you have all of your assets represented in your system, and you can do advanced analytics like traces and automated editing based on your network. And to do this, utility network enables and requires data quality control. And at the core of the UN are data quality rules, making sure your data stays connected and that it respects the connectivity rules that you've set up. And this, of course, allows you to have more confidence in the decisions based on your data. But it can also be difficult to get your data to the point where the UN is ready to accept it. It takes a lot of data editing and correcting. I'll talk about that in a few slides. But lastly to mention is that you have industry focused domains, and for each domain, say for water or electric, Esri has a foundational model you can download or adopt, and you can configure that to your needs. And that's what I'll talk about on the next slide. And of course, aside from the benefits of a modernized network, many utilities are also migrating to modernize their platform, especially with the geometric network planned to be retired alongside ArcMap in 2026. So in the utility network model, you have a hierarchical configurable data structure. Starting out in a given utility network, you can have one structure network and one or more domain networks. And structure networks are assets which can be shared between different domains. For example, poles for electric or telco, or pipe access points for water and sewer networks. And the domain network will house all of the domain specific features. So all of the conduit, cables, splices, and so on for electric, for example. One big change from where most utilities are with their current model is that the UN is, as I've said, quite hierarchical. Sorry, that word's hard for me to say. So you have just a few top level feature classes, your devices, lines, junctions, and assemblies. Then you have basically two levels of subtypes under that, asset groups and asset types. Those plus a couple of others are the only truly required attributes, but the foundational models, of course, have to have those attributes filled out pretty substantially, and you can customize this as much as you need. And one other thing for smaller utilities to consider is we do typically recommend staying as close to the foundation model, so you have less upkeep on your side throughout the migration, and also when it comes to using your network in the future. So as I mentioned, one of the core parts of the utility network is data quality, and specifically connectivity rules. So essentially every time you have a connection of features of a different feature class, asset group, or asset type, there needs to be one of these connectivity rules in the network. So if you have 2 points associated, you need to have a junction-junction rule. If you have a line and a point connecting, you need a junction edge rule. And for 2 lines connected by a point, you need an edge junction edge rule. In the foundation models, there are thousands of these rules pre-configured, and you of course can expand or remove those as you'd like. And anytime you have a connection that isn't allowed, you'll have an error in a red area that you can see on the screen. And that points you to where the issue is, and you need to fix that issue to remove that red box that you see there. So going to the UN has lots of benefits, as I've mentioned, but of course there are pains which are very common between utilities we've worked with, and some of these common issues can be due to the differences in the way you currently model your data versus how it's expected in the UN. For example, do you have intermediate points between service and distribution pipes? Those are required in the UN. Do you have stacked points? Those will need to be corrected when you move to the UN. You may get unexpected topology errors if your data isn't pre-validated as well. And to fix the issue, you need to find the problem and change those individual features or adapt the model. So how are utilities typically doing this migration? So you maybe or have someone on your team who's really great at Python and they can make scripts to find some of those issues to help with the schema changes. Or you may pass spreadsheets and reports between editors to identify issues and track changes. There's often manual review involved to find issues during the migration process or within the data. Queries can also be used to help find some problems, and some will also do the migration to the UN, generate those error areas, then pass them back to the source system to update. So suffice to say, there's a lot of methods, but we do have some tools which help streamline this process. So our approach uses 3 apps that we've configured using our technology, one integrate and one data gateway. These are cloud-based SaaS apps, which can be quickly deployed and get users uploading and validating data very quickly. The UN Readiness app, that's our first app that you kind of use along the process during your migration, contains mostly the geometric and topological rules, which require little to no configuration by the user to run. You just upload your data, run it, and you get a report back. These find issues in your source system that cause migration and UN errors. So you can focus and fix those errors before the migration. The next app is our migration app, and it's a set of tools that help you configure that many-to-one relationship or schema transformation, moving your data from your current system into an asset package with the schema of the UN. And with this, you're not impacting your source system. So you're able to iterate this through this process if you need to make tweaks to the configuration. And the last app is the UN validation app. So once your data is loaded in the proper schema, we can validate some of the more specific UN rules, such as making sure the network has nodes between different types of lines and that your topology is adhering to the connectivity rules in the network. And these 3 apps are there to reduce the time spent finding those issues and to make it clear what is required to get your data into the utility network with as few errors as possible. So a little bit about Holland Board of Public Works. They are the land of the windmills and wooden shoes, but also in Holland, Michigan, they are experiencing rapid commercial growth. And this growth and expansion, they had tons of new businesses. LG Energy set up there, which had an 80 megawatts load of power that they needed in their community. They're the fastest growing residential county in Western Michigan. So all of that to say is the Holland Board of Public Works were, this basically led up to an upgrade of their IT GIS system. So Holland Board of Public Works selected a new SCADA system to enhance the reliability and the resilience of their electrical distribution operations. And this new SCADA system required either the loading of the legacy GIS networks or upgrading to a new GIS utility network model. And Holland opted for a solution with a lower total cost of ownership, which involved both upgrading and migrating their existing geometric GIS network to a new utility network GIS model. So this was Holland's initial strategy for migration. You could see there's tons of steps here. In the beginning, they didn't know what to look for. They were hunting. They spent a lot of time hunting and querying data. They were finding those issues, fixing the issues, then reloading the data and discovering more issues to go back into correct. Their subject matter experts, data investigators were doing ad hoc and manual reports and queries. So this took a lot of time. The workflow was kind of convoluted. They had thousands of data errors and they had a lot of manual data manipulation. So these initial challenges that they faced, no one at Holland had experienced before, and because this is the first time, obviously they were working with and doing a UN migration. They also had limited team resources. So there were a lot of unknowns that existed in this process. And there were a lot of unknowns about their data quality as well. And it became clear to them after they started working on one of their first substations that the project would take a lot longer than they anticipated, and they realized that the use of a third-party tool was necessary. So when they brought us on board, we wanted to help ease their process. And with our tools, we were really able to simplify their process from a lot of steps to a simpler 5-step process. So our apps were easy to use. You know, they drag and drop a file, click a button, and they're able to get those topological and geometric errors immediately. The rules run fast, and each substation was done in minutes compared to hours that they experienced with that first substation. The errors that they got back from our apps are categorized. So the error types have a specific report, and each one had a percentage by the type. So it's very clear what they need to work on. And the workflow was able to really reduce down to a few steps. The downloads were able to be sent via Teams to the subject matter experts who then opened those reports in ArcGIS Pro. And they were able to edit a lot of data more efficiently and a lot more quickly. So high-level overview of the project. The first substation that Holland worked on was James. It took them 8 weeks to migrate one substation using their methods, which left them very behind their deadline. It wasn't scalable for the 8 remaining substations. When we were brought on board, the 8 remaining substations took only 15 weeks to be migrated, and we were able to complete the migration in under 100 business days. So a couple key takeaways. It's really important to have your tools and methods down when you are thinking about doing your UN migration. Communication is really important for your team, and being able to iterate through this process, because you know it's a difficult process. You're not going to be able to get it correct the first time is important as well. So quick summary, our 3 apps help utilities with more efficient migrations. I think I'm out of time. Thank you all. My email's there if you have any questions, and I can also go check the chat box.
Nice. Thank you, Samantha.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for respecting our time limits. You could have went on for an extra minute or so, but
thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. So we're moving on. Let's see here. Next up, we have Montgomery County Drainage Assistance, Field Assessment, and Desktop Management. And our presenter is Matt Spielman, part of GPI. Matt, are you on?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Is it clear?
It is clear.
Okay. All right, let me...
And just as a courtesy, everybody, just please mute your line if you're not presenting.
And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. My name is Matt Spielman with GPI. I'm an environmental scientist. I've been doing work for Montgomery County Department of Transportation, Division of Transportation Engineering for about 10 years now. We've got a contract to do engineering services. One of our duties is to identify and design and install small storm drain projects. And this presentation is going to be about an app that I've developed for field use and desktop use to go in the field, look at drainage issues, and evaluate them, help to come up with a implementation plan for a storm drain improvement, and then eventually to construct and install and construct the storm drain improvements. So just a quick overview of the program. So this program is the Drainage Assistance Request Program. We're going to be talking a little bit about the program itself, the challenges of the program that needed a GIS solution, the request tracking web app that I created with the field app that can be used for in-field analysis, the public and external data layers integrated into the app that make the analysis more useful for us, and then some custom data layers that I developed for hydrologic analysis for these drainage issues. And then we'll go over some future goals and then have some questions at the end. So just a quick overview of the program. So the Drainage Assistance Request Program, or DAR program, is under the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, Division of Transportation Engineering. As you can see here from this diagram, there are 3 different capital improvement projects, or CIPs, that fund this program. And so we do facility planning, which funds me. I'm a bit of an in-house contractor. I spend most of my time looking at these issues, answering questions from council, answering questions from other agencies and from residents, and evaluating these issues. And then we've got the 2 different pots of money that we get for our design and installations, the Storm Drain General, which is for the general storm drain installation, obviously, and then the Outfalls, which is to repair outfalls from the storm drain system. So usually, well, they can include some storm drain components, but oftentimes it's more of a channel type restoration at the outfall. But all these fall under the same program and are evaluated with the same GIS system. So just a quick overview of the process. So we receive requests from residents or from other agencies. Most of the time it's coming in through the online system. 311 can refer to us, or our information is also on the Montgomery County website. So when we receive these complaints, usually it's of flooding or standing water or something, that we will go out in the field, take a look at the issue, determine if the issue is involved with the Montgomery County public roadways. So Montgomery County, there's a lot of, I guess, in any system, there's a lot of interaction of drainage between public property, private property, roadways, and the program is specifically set up to handle issues revolving around public runoff. So anything that's coming off of roadway or on a roadway, we have to remove any instances where people might be asking for assistance on private property or related to water coming from other private properties. These are usually civil issues which have to be handled by the homeowners themselves. So we need to focus completely on public water. We also need to make sure that there is a current lacking or undersized storm drain system. So the county standard is the 10-year or 10% design storm. There are many situations where we've had some flooding in the past few years where the storms have significantly exceeded this 10-year design storm. We help where we can, but really the program is focused around that 10-year. If we find that the storm drain system that we're looking at meets the 10-year, for the most part, we have to leave it alone. We just don't have the funding to completely upgrade all the systems in the county above anything above the 10-year. And then we determine if the project's warranted based on these. Public need, so is it affecting multiple people? Is it affecting one person? Is it affecting anyone? Is it just a nuisance? Is it actually causing damage? And then the 5-to-1 cost-benefit ratio. A bit hard to implement, determining damages when there's not necessarily any actual damage that has occurred. Every once in a while, we'll get a flooded house or a damaged car or something, but most of the time, it's more of a intangible inconvenience of a flooded road or mosquito concerns or things like that. So the 5-to-1 cost benefits can be a little difficult, but that's our standard. Then when we select a project as qualifying for the program, we'll move on to design and then eventually into installation. Right now, we're doing about 20 projects a year. Most of them are fairly small, $25,000 to $100,000. Anybody who's in public infrastructure construction knows that that's a pretty small amount. We do have a $500,000 cap on any individual project. Above that, we're supposed to push it off to a separate capital improvement project to be approved by the council. So what I'm going to focus on really with the GIS work is this first part here, which is the analysis of the situation, the analysis of the drainage complaint, and determining whether it will qualify as a project. So what do we do? Well, so here's an outfall that we were called out to. This one was actually given to us by WSSC. If you take a look at the middle of the picture there, that diagonal line crossing is a sewer line. So this sewer line has become exposed by a collapsed storm drain. So we were called out by WSSC to take a look at this issue. And luckily, we have restored this. So this is an outfall where we have done a restoration project. A portion of it was rebuilding the pipe over the sanitary sewer, armoring the sewer, and then stabilizing the outfall channel beyond the new outfall. So the challenges of the program, number one is just tracking the requests. We get hundreds of requests every year coming in from residents and from agencies. We need to track these requests, track our response to the requests, and whether or not we're going to do them as a project, what status they are in the project queue, where they are in construction, etc. We need to evaluate MCDOT responsibility. So a big issue here is jurisdictional determination. So the county has many different jurisdictions, for instance, municipalities, state highway administration right-of-ways, and then the county itself, plus private properties or Montgomery County Parks properties. And then we need to determine if the runoff is due to public sources or whether it's coming from private properties and needs to be handled privately. This requires some small-scale hydraulic analysis. Most of these issues are not caused by humongous drainage areas. Mostly they're a drainage area of an acre or smaller, where there's a small drainage problem. And then we need to determine the adequacy of the existing storm drain infrastructure, whether or not the storm drains are properly sized, whether or not there's enough inlets, etc. And so what I did was I developed the Drainage Assistance Request app. This right now is an internal app. We're only using it internally. It does have some sensitive information, contact information of residents and such. I've been working on a public version, but that has not been rolled out yet. Everything you're going to see here is using Esri products, ArcGIS Pro, ArcGIS Online field maps, and everything is using standard tools. And there's been no programming. I'm not really a programmer, so it's all standard tools. As far as the public and external layers that I use, the jurisdictional determination layers, mostly coming from other public sources, the county, the state, to determine whether or not the issue is Montgomery County DOT or some other jurisdiction. Infrastructure layers, so looking at the existing storm drain system, looking at sanitary sewer, water lines, and then some other layers I'll talk about that are less immediately useful, but in some circumstances are important. Jurisdictional layers, so we need to look at the roadway and storm drain maintenance responsibility. So there's, as I said, multiple jurisdictions in the county have responsibility for roadways and the storm drains. Number one, State Highway Administration. So they have their own right-of-ways, they maintain their own roadways, they maintain their own storm drain systems. So part of the app is to show and gray out any state highway right-of-ways. Anything that involves a state highway right-of-way, we refer to the State Highway Administration. Then we have municipalities. There's many independent municipalities throughout the county. There's actually two different ways that the municipalities will handle their maintenance of roadways and storm drains. So in the case of, for instance, Friendship Heights maintains both their roadways and their storm drain system. You can see in this map, I have grayed them out. So this is a municipality maintained area. We don't do any work in this area. However, there's also some municipalities that maintain their own roadways, but then the MCDOT maintains the storm drain system, is the case with Drummond. So Drummond here, they maintain their own roads, but DOT maintains the storm drain system. So in this area, if it's a roadway maintenance issue, it would be passed off to the town. If it is a storm drain issue, it is handled by MCDOT. Also looking at easements. So the storm drains often pass through private property. There are cases where there are private storm drains, which MCDOT does not maintain, but in many cases, these storm drains pass along historic stream beds through private properties. And so these are MCDOT maintained. So one of the useful layers that I use is the record plat index that's part of the MC Atlas system. This shows you can use this to find the individual record plats for the storm drain system. What you're seeing on the left in purple is actually the easement layer that is part of the MC StormNet system. So they have digitized most of these easements into their system. They do also have a plan link in there, but the plat system also helps us to look this up. So if we zoom in here, you can see on this plat the storm drain easement, and it is shown then on the map. So if visiting this area, we can say, we know that there's a existing storm drain easement. This is an area where MCDOT has maintenance jurisdiction. We can go in there and do something with the storm drain. Another jurisdictional determined layer is the highway services maintenance system. So many of the issues that we get actually end up with maintenance. So we don't necessarily need to install a new storm drain or install a new inlet. We need to send this off to maintenance so that they can just do a flushing, or they can fix a top slab or something like that. So we have the depot information in our map, so we can immediately determine which depot to refer it to. We have contacts at all these depots. We're on good terms with them. We work together, so we can easily coordinate with them regarding any maintenance issues. Infrastructure layers, so water and sanitary sewer from WSSC. The horizontal locations of these aren't amazing. This is kind of their public-facing data, but it does at least let you know roughly where there's water and sewer in the area. Very important when you're working with underground storm drain systems, especially since they're gravity fed. We have very little wiggle room with how we're going to put these things in. Then the storm drain system, which is hosted by the Montgomery County StormNet system. This is their, essentially starting with their MPDES requirements of mapping the storm drain system. They have a mostly complete inventory of the storm drains in the county. We also help to contribute to updating the system as we do our field evaluations. A few other layers that we use, contours, property line subdivisions, the community equity index. Haven't really had a lot of chance for that. These are kind of individual reports. We mostly go with them in order of receipt or severity. We're trying to integrate more of the community equity index in there, but that's a work in progress, and the historical imagery. Now for these custom data layers. So there's actually a lot to do over here. I'm going to try to go through it quickly. I do want to eventually give a future presentation on more in-depth than these, but I've got two different custom layers, the Q10 flow path and the hydrologic sum. So Q10 flow path, essentially using flow accumulation, except adding an additional layer, which is the Q10 runoff. So 10-year storm, using the Montgomery County manual in the Q equals CIA method of the runoff coefficient, rainfall intensity, and contributing drainage area. So we can use the flow accumulation tool with a weight raster to actually get ourselves a cell by cell average for the upstream drainage area for different components of this system. So for instance, here we're looking at the C value raster. We're saying this is a road, so 0.08 would be pervious surface, where the gray there, 0.9 would be impervious. And so we can then in the next table there, we can weight our flow accumulation raster, and then if we simply divide by the regular cell flow accumulation raster plus 1, we can then get the average for every cell for the drainage area for that cell. I also have a coefficient classification schema, bit clunky code that we essentially coded this table so that we could get the individual runoff coefficient code for each individual cell using 3 different numbers. We can get a 3-digit code, 132 for the turf ASO group, greater than 7% slope, 323 for wooded C hydraulic group, 2 to 7% slope. So once I code these into a raster, then I can use this with the previous flow accumulation weighted system to get a drainage area CE value average for the entire drainage area for every individual cell. And then it gets complicated. There's a lot that goes into this tool. Like I said, I want to eventually in the future do a presentation just on this tool and how it was developed. But what we end up with is essentially a streamline with individual values for our Q10 along the entire streamline. This helps us look at, an estimation of the Q10 coming to individual inlets, individual storm drains, crossing streets, things like that, which we might want to use to determine whether there are drainage issues. Second layer will be the hydrologic sump layer, much simpler in design, essentially taking two different filled DEM rasters and subtracting them from each other, which gives us areas that fall behind a particular level of fill. So here I use a 1 foot to remove any microtopography, and then a 20 foot. There are still some bridges and culverts that aren't cut in the raster, so then that rules out those really big flooded areas. So you can see that it works out pretty well. 10 years, obviously this storm was way over the 10-year. This is not a storm drain failure. This was just a humongous storm, but it predicted this flooding area pretty well. Same thing here, predicted the flooding area pretty well, and here. So this has been an extremely useful layer for us in determining areas where we have sump areas where the only exit point essentially is the storm drain. And these are areas where we focus on because upsizing the inlet, sometimes upsizing pipes can really help out to relieve the drainage when the only other option will be overland flow through properties. And so then it can be taken into the field. So this is basically the app with a combination of all the used layers where we can do our field evaluation. This particular point is an outfall we were evaluating and going to do a project for Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. So you can pull up the property information and then you could add an assistance request. You can either add or you can look at an existing request, and you can enter in all the information that we would need to track this, who put it in, contact information, what the issue is, everything like that. This is where you would edit. And then what you get is, here's a map of currently all the cases we have open. We have different symbology for completed cases and closed cases, but everything open is here. There's a lot we have going on, especially in design and construction. But through this map, now I can click on any one of these points, track our case. And then I'm using our custom hydrology layers for other projects. For instance, the riverfall drainage study, which we use the fill and the flow lines for. So future goals, I want to develop a new version of this app. Right now, we're just using Classic. I want to go to the new ArcGIS online system, a new data dashboard for viewing statistics about the different cases, a public map so people in the county can view it, and then better integration with the MC StormNet system, putting in, making it more streamlined for us to put information into that system to update the storm drain information. So that's what I've got. It was pretty quick. There's a lot of other information. If anybody wants to contact me for additional questions about this, any of my methodology or anything, you can get to me either through my GPI or my Montgomery County accounts. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate you. Matt, you can keep an eye on the chat. Any questions, again, you can just drop them in the chat, everybody. But thanks, Matt.
Yep.
All right. So we're keeping the time, moving right along. Our next presentation is entitled Pre-populated Inundation Libraries to Support North Carolina Flood Inundation and Alert Network, the FIMAN. Our presenters are from Atkins Realis, and I guess this is a joint presentation with North Carolina Emergency Management. Do we have that presenter on?
Yes. Hey, this is Rosemary. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rosemary, we hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll just go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second. Okay. So hi everyone. My name is Rosemary Sirek. I'm a senior engineer at Atkins Realis, and I'm really excited to be here to speak more about our work to support the NC FIMAN system. I would like to acknowledge and thank our client, North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program, for their support in allowing us to talk more about our project in this forum here today. So I'll begin with an overview of FIMAN. Just 1 second. Okay. FIMAN stands for Flood Inundation Mapping and Alert Network. So it's basically a very user-friendly, risk-based decision support system that's intended for flood preparedness and response. So there is a network. There's a network of more than 600 gauges spread across North Carolina, and at each of these gauges, it provides observations for real-time water level and rainfall, and it also provides information about stream stage trends. And in addition to that, at each gauge, we can also see the flood inundation maps and other risk products associated with different types of flooding scenarios. So who can benefit from this? So local communities can make use of this website or this interface that's maintained by the state in order to assess their local flood risk. Project managers can zoom in to the location of their project and use the information that's displayed at these gauges to assess the flood risk at their project site. And really anybody from the general public, they can basically utilize this resource to understand the flood risk in their neighborhood, for example. So in the coming few slides, I'll go into a little more detail about various aspects of the FIMAN website, and then I'll talk more about our project specifically. So if we zoom into any location, this is what you would see. Here is the gauge location, and then there's like more information here about the site and about like the stage measurement, information about accumulated rainfall. There is also like a plot showing the hydrograph related to the stage over time. So all of this information is available if we zoom into a gauge. In addition, most gauges also have the option to pick out several different flood inundation scenarios. So by flood inundation scenarios, what I mean is this slider that you see here. So basically, we can pick from a range of elevations that's applicable for each site, and then so if you pick one elevation, you can also see the inundation extent that's associated with that particular elevation. So here I've zoomed into this gauge located on Cape Fear River in Wilmington, and then you can see that for an elevation of 5 feet, so this blue polygon here, it shows the inundation extent. So in addition to that, you can also see what's the damage costs associated with the flooding due to the flooding associated with a certain gauge elevation. So if you click on a building, you can see the building type, you can see the flood depth at the building, and also an estimate of the damage cost due to flooding due to this elevation, associated with this elevation. So in addition to the building risk data, there's also information about transportation areas that are impacted. So for example, in this image here, this is at a different gauge location. It's in Beaufort, NC. So you can see all the road segments that are impacted by the inundation associated with the certain elevation of like 5 feet. And then you can see more details about the depth of flooding at the road segment, the length of the segment impacted, etc. So a lot of really neat features are there in this website, and it's a really cool resource that's maintained by the North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program to enhance the flood preparedness and flood risk awareness of the local communities. So the scope of our work was to basically create inundation libraries for a certain number of assigned gauges. So by inundation libraries, that include, products that include depictions of the inundation extents. So that's like GIS shapefiles and rasters, and also risk products such as like buildings and transportation layers with information about different flood related impacts. For our first assignment, we were responsible for a handful of gauge sites. And for the current work, we are one of 4 contractors who are making these inundation libraries for a total of 295 gauge sites. And Atkins Realis was responsible for around 94 sites. And this includes both riverine gauges and then gauges located in coastal and reservoir sites. So the workflow consisted of like 2 parts mainly. So in the first part, we were responsible for creating the inundation products. And in the second part, we were responsible for creating the risk products associated with the building and the transportation layers. So now I'll go into more detail about creating the inundation products. And the methodology is different for riverine gauges and the gauges located in coastal and reservoir sites. So for the gauges located in over across rivers, so the first step was to identify the bounding elevations for the inundation library for each gauge. And these bounding elevations were ranging from bank pool elevation to the 500-year elevation. And then a list of elevations were created at 0.5-foot interval. And then we used existing effective RAS models, HEC-RAS models, in order to model the impact associated with water surface elevations being at different elevations in the inundation library at each gauge location. And then the HEC-RAS models were run, and RAS mapper was used to export out the depth and water surface elevation rasters from these HEC-RAS models. And then these rasters were also then used in GIS to create inundation polygons. And then the rasters and the polygons were combined together into mapping databases for submittal. And then at reservoir and coastal locations, our methodology was different. First, we started in a similar way by identifying the bounding elevations for the library for each gauge. So in the case of coastal sites, we started with 0.5 to 1 foot NAVD 88 to 500 year plus a couple of feet. And in the case of reservoir locations, we started with the normal pool elevation to slightly above the 500 year elevation. And then we created a list of elevations at 0.5-foot intervals between these 2 bounds. And then for each elevation, what we utilized was we used the existing DEM. So in this image here, you're seeing the DEM. And then this is the gauge location. So what we did was we plotted the contour associated with each elevation, and then that contour basically represented the inundation extent that's associated with that particular elevation. So this was repeated for all the different elevations in inundation library, and then so that formed our inundation polygons, and then that was used for creating constant water surface elevation rasters and also depth rasters based on the underlying terrain elevation, and then this was all 3 were grouped together into mapping databases. So, and then this is an example of what we did at a coastal site. So here again, the blue line, that stands for, that's the contour line corresponding to 22-foot elevation. So we basically created inundation extents by based on the underlying contour using the underlying DEM. So after creating the inundation products, the next step was to create the risk products. So that included both buildings as well as transportation layers. So first I'll talk about the buildings. So in the case of the buildings, what we first did was we started with a statewide building data set and then used the inundation extent associated with each profile elevation to clip out like a subset that was being impacted by that particular inundation extent. So in this image here, this is the gauge location. The blue polygon is the inundation extent, and all these red polygons are the buildings that are being impacted. So this is also depicted in this table here. So this is for one of the buildings. This shows all the different elevations, and then the next thing that we did was to estimate the depth of flooding at each building associated with each profile elevation. And this depth of flooding was determined using the water surface elevation raster and the finished floor elevation that was there as a part of the building data. So first we estimated the depth of flooding, and then the next step was to actually run the IRIS tool So this is the tool that's provided to us by the North Carolina Emergency Management to assist contractors to compute damage caused at buildings due to various hazards such as flooding. So in order to run the IRIS tool, the first step was to basically prepare an input geodatabase. So the input geodatabase, the two main components was one, the building shapefile, and that had all the different building attributes, including the building value, the finished floor elevation, and other types of data. And the other table that we had to provide was the flood depth at each building associated with each of the profile elevations. So once we prepared this input geodatabase, then we are prepared to run the IRIS tool. So we'll link to that geodatabase, and then we basically specify like flood in here, and then this is the interface, and then you click run. The IRIS tool is then run with this building input. So the output from the IRIS tool is basically the damage caused at the buildings because of the specified flood depth. Or in other words, what would be the damage caused at each building due to the different inundation scenarios associated with a particular gauge. So this is a table of the output. So we have one building here, and then we have a range of elevations associated with the gauge. And then we also have the different depths of flooding that's associated with these different profile elevations. And for each depth of flooding, we have like an associated cost. So all these three columns, they give us the different types of costs, like there's structure costs, there's content cost, and then other costs associated with that depth. So the IRIS tool basically develops these costs based on curves, Hasu's curves that relate the cost versus the depth, damage cost versus the depth of flooding. So that's about the building products, and then we created the transportation layers. So for the transportation layers, first there are two of them. So one is the road layers, and then we also had the bridge or the structure points. So for the road layers, we first started with a statewide road layer. So that's the S road inundation. So we clipped the statewide roads using the inundation extent associated with each profile. And then these road segments were split into 50-foot segments. And then the maximum depth of flooding was estimated under each segment. And then depth categories were assigned. And these depth categories ranged from 0 to 0.5 feet, 0.5 to 2, 2 to 5, and then 5+ feet. And then the last step was to dissolve adjacent road segments of the same depth category. So this is an example of a location. So associated with the gauge 02074,000, associated with the elevation 564.5 feet. So you can see the different segments that were impacted. And also I've labeled it using the different depth categories. So in this segment here, the depth of flooding was between 2 to 5 foot. And this is an example of another location where that shows the flooding impact at these road segments. So the road layer also came with a companion table, and this table had even more information about like different aspects of the flooding. So basically what it provides is that it gives us an estimate of the length of the segment flooded and total length of segment flooded and the number of segments flooded. And that is basically also split into different depth categories. So for each of those depth categories and for each of the different route classes, such as interstate, US highway, state roads, and local roads, you have an estimate of the number of segments that were impacted and also the length of segments, the total length in miles that was impacted. So this information is provided in this table and is a companion table to the roads layer. And then finally, we also had bridge points. So the bridge points, again, we started, so we had like points depicting bridge locations, and that was an NCDOT data set. So this NCDOT structure points were first clipped using the local inundation extent associated with each profile. And then the next step was to populate the deck elevation that was based on the road ribbon DEM. And then we also populated the low chord elevation. So the low chord elevation was either estimated using a HECRES model, and if the HECRES model was not available, then we used like a simplified assumption and assumed that the low chord is about 2 feet lower than the deck elevation. And these structure points also came with like associated tables, associated table. So the main information that's imparted by this table is like the freeboard information. So we report the water surface elevation just upstream of the beds and locate and calculate the freeboard. So that would be the difference between the low chord and the water surface elevation for the different profiles. And as you can see, the smaller elevations have like a higher freeboard, and as the elevation increases, the freeboard is no longer there. That's why it's negative. And then that's also associated with a freeboard category. And that's what we see here, from normal to warning to pressure or wear type of flow. So, so this freeboard information is also available at these bridge locations. And this forms a companion table to the shapefile, to the feature class. So finally, closing comments. So this project was in support of North Carolina Floodplain Mapping Program's real-time flood warning system, FIMAN. So the FIMAN is a risk-based decision support system. That's a really cool, easy to use, unique interface that's intended for enhancing flood preparedness and response. Very useful for local communities, project managers, and anybody from the general public for flood risk assessment. So our task involved creating flood mapping products to pre-populate the inundation libraries for each gauge. And this involved an extensive use of GIS to package modeling outputs meant for creating different building and transportation related products. And all of this was done, all of this was also streamlined with the help of a suite of ArcPy-based scripts that we developed in-house to automate the tasks which enhance project efficiency. So with that, I come to an end of my talk, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Thanks. Thanks, Rosemary. This reminds me of the products we deliver for our federal client too. This is very similar to the products that you produce here for North Carolina. Yeah. So I'm very familiar with this.
Thanks.
Process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, we do. We have a couple minutes for any questions if anybody has any.
Yeah. So I see one question. How did you handle merging the flood boundaries at confluences where two or more models meet? So so first there was a section of this that was handled in the modeling phase, but in the GIS phase, or in the so in the second part of the project, which I was talking mainly about, where like we developed all the inundation products and the risk products. So we had guidance from NCFMP about like basically utilizing the existing libraries and identifying where there were locations of overlap. And then the guidance that we received was to basically identify like, so for example, in the case of coastal gauges, so we had like two gauges located near each other, and there was a portion where the inundation polygons from both were overlapping. So we used like engineering judgment to estimate like what would be a good place to terminate the inundation extent for one gauge, assuming that that area is more under the influence of our gauge. And then so the existing library was basically clipped so that the overlapping area was removed. So that's how we was able to like transition from one gauge to the other in areas where the inundation extents were overlapping.
Hope that answered your question, Sam. Great. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yes, Rosemary. So you can keep an eye to the chat if there's any other questions.
Sure.
Anybody else, feel free to list your
Yes.
question in the chat.
Yeah. Happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, so one quick announcement before we move into the next presentation. We're kind of wrapping up here. This is our last presentation for the day. At the conclusion of Mr. Adams' presentation, the next presentation we have, we'll have our GeoMUG president give some closing remarks at that time. And we'll just close down the virtual conference for the day at that point in time. So folks are welcome to hang around and chat a little bit, but I do think we'll probably close everything down some point after the closing remarks. So with that, our next presenter is Mr. Jackson Adams, and Mr. Jackson Adams is representing North Carolina Tech Imaging, and the title of Jackson's presentation is Street Level Imagery for Asset Management. Jackson, are you with us? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Errol. And contrary to popular belief, the NC at NC Tech actually does not stand for North Carolina, so I apologize about that. But yeah, I'm with NC Tech, and we are a street level imagery company. So yeah, I'll go ahead and start sharing if that's okay.
Yes, for sure. And my apologies.
Oh, you're okay. It's a very common mistake. I was at the North Carolina GIS.
All right, I was a bit presumptuous there.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I was at the North Carolina GIS conference, and everyone's like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "I'm not from here." But all right, so let me do this and then start presenting here. And if someone could confirm that that's presenting correctly.
It's not in the presentation mode, but
It's not in presentation mode yet.
Yeah, we can see your slides though. So you'll just have to.
I made you a co-host too, so that can't be it.
Because I'm seeing it on my end. Apologies.
Do you have one screen or two?
I just have the one screen today, which might be part of the problem. Stop sharing really quick. Is that still wrong?
It is.
Yeah.
But if you click each slide,
yeah,
that's you could do it.
That's how folks have been kind of navigating through this.
Okay, did that switch slides?
No,
No, it didn't.
But you're in presentation mode on your screen. I'm wondering if you can actually, I wonder if it thinks it's in split screen mode and you could, like there's a way to flip.
Yeah, there might be.
Hang on.
Well, we'll just do this since we don't have a ton of time. I apologize, guys, but hopefully you can see this okay.
Oh, wait. We can't see anything now. Hold on.
Great start. Here we go. All right. Did that pull up okay?
Yeah, that's up now.
You got it.
All right. Sorry about that, everyone. Well, yeah, really appreciate the opportunity to present. Appreciate GeoMUG for letting me do this. So yeah, like I mentioned, I'm with NC Tech. We are a provider of street level imagery. And I'll pull up an image here so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So we will go out with our proprietary camera technology. It takes 360-degree imagery, as well as we have a dual LiDAR system mounted with the camera, as well as a Trimble GNSS. We go out, drive your streets, and collect high-res 360 panorama imagery, LiDAR, and then we can also do feature classification and asset extraction for you. The company has been around for about 15 years, but most of that time has been spent in the UK and Asia Pacific doing work for the Google Street View program. And then just recently, probably about 5 years ago, has branched into the US to service the state and local government sector. So it's a little bit about NC Tech. As far as the types of data that we can deliver, our system, again, is called LiveStar Geo. We're collecting a point cloud, 360 imagery. We process and produce that and host it on the cloud, as well as provide offline copies of the data. We give access to this via our platform called VR World, which I'll get into here in just a little bit. And then we can also integrate with the GIS software that the city or county that you're working with is using. And what this means for our customers, if you've ever used Google Street View, as you know, you can't really control when it's updated, right? So it could be several years old in some instances. It won't go down private roads, or you know, sometimes if there's new construction areas, those are missed, things like that. So this is a good example of a collection we did. The Google Street View here, our updated imagery showing significant change on this site, and then the functionality of it, of being able to make measurements and do different types of analysis because of the point cloud. So it's kind of a good way to think about it is this is Google Street View on steroids, right? We've been collecting, like I said, all over the world. These are some recent projects we've done. We collected all of India for Google in 9 months. This is 300,000 miles. That's actually north of 500,000 miles that we've done there now. We've done most major cities in the US. I've done a lot of collection in Europe, as well as Australia recently as well. So whether you are a small city, you know, with 20, 30 miles of roadway, or, you know, a large county or state with thousands of miles of roadway, we're experienced in collecting all sorts of sizes of projects. This is some of the things that we'll be talking about here in just a sec, but just to give you a quick overview, we can geolocate assets, and do condition assessments. And a lot of times on these projects, we're seeing and hearing that we're saving people about 90% on time, and, you know, 50 to 70% on cost versus collecting assets boots on the ground. Some of the things we have a lot of experience doing, building elevation levels, so that first floor of the building height, doing asset inventories like signs, manholes, catch basins, all of those things that you all are responsible for in the right of way, pavement condition assessments, lane markings, ADA compliance reviews, and tree inventories as well. And again, a lot of this data we then host on our platform, VR World, to give you access to it, but you can export and integrate via API into your GIS applications. So just looking really quick at the tool, you can pull up the map. All these little blue dots represent photo locations. You can click on one and pull up the photo and make that bigger if you'd like. You can make line measurements, point measurements, area measurements. Those features are then able to be saved to layers here on the left, and then exported to your GIS. So you can do, you know, simple digitization tasks here inside of VR World. One of the highlights I wanted to put here is the measurement accuracy of the LiDAR is within plus or minus 1 centimeter. And then the GPS positional accuracy is within 5 centimeters. So a really high level of accuracy with this data. And then, oops. We can then provide all of these data sets offline. So the GeoTIFF imagery, as well as the LAS point clouds. So that's kind of what I was talking about here. Some sample features from a recent project. We can locate trees. So you pull up this tree here, you can get the XYZ coordinate, location, a unique identifier. We did a condition score, a trunk diameter measurement, or a DBH as it's called, and then a species classification. A lot of people ask, is this automated? The answer is yes and no. A lot of things like blurring of license plates and faces and locating certain things is automated. But then when you're looking at kind of a more in-depth analysis of these features like condition scores and species classifications and things like that, a lot of that is still very manual, just because there's not really any good algorithms, you know, for this type of, you know, condition assessment just yet. Looking at some other features, extracting medians. This is a good example of something that's not just a point, but an actual polygon layer. Street signage, right? We can classify based on MUTCD ID, put in the remarks if that isn't available, what the sign says. Thought this was an interesting example because there's a little bit of tree foliage, but we're still able to locate that asset. So a lot of times we're getting 95, 98% plus accuracy on these inventories. And then again, we can integrate the most common integration we probably help our clients do is the Esri oriented imagery viewer. So you can view the imagery inside of your ArcGIS Online or ArcGIS Pro. And we are working on an Esri, I'm blanking on the word, the widget integration, experience builder, there it is, it came to me, an experience builder integration as well. So once that is available, VR World and your Esri environment will be able to communicate back and forth without duplicating data or dealing with offline copies. So quick case study with the city of San Rafael in California. We drove all their streets, provided the imagery, the LiDAR, and then did medians, waste receptacles, fire hydrants, curb ramp domes, marking and striping on the pavement, drainage, so manholes and catch basins, building first floor heights, trees, and road signs. So it's a pretty comprehensive inventory that we did for them. And after the delivery had happened and they'd had some time to use the data, these were the metrics that the customer provided to us. So using NC Tech versus boots on the ground, they estimated it saved them about 50% on time, an immediate 25% on cost. And then because there is this reusable data aspect to it, they think that they'll probably save an additional 50% on the cost over time. So they're seeing quite a bit of ROI as time goes on. And then, you know, down here, their team said that this has kind of been a game changer for their city. So was a highly successful project for them. We also get asked a lot about the ADA compliance reviews. Because our LiDAR is so dense, the dual LiDAR system produces 5,000 points per square meter, and this is up to 40 meters away from the sensor, so they're medium range sensors. The density and the accuracy provided by these units allows for a really high level of confidence in the measurements, both on the area measurements for your ramps, but also the slopes between 2 points. And really what we're trying to do with this, as well as all of our other services, is we save the cities and the counties that we're working with time, we save money, and we mitigate risk that's held by the local agency. I want to leave some time for questions at the end, but wanted to quickly go over kind of how our pricing works. So the idea behind what we're doing here in the US is we want to collect an area once and then license that data to as many agencies as possible for a couple reasons. One, we don't want to necessarily put the burden of the cost of the collection of this data on one single agency, rather make it more affordable for everyone. So we do a fixed price per mile. And we believe that the taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for the same data twice. So if the county, you know, is doing a collection, you know, we're okay with the cities, you know, piggybacking on that, getting access to the data as well. When we say relicense and resell it, we're talking to, you know, engineering firms, insurance companies, you know, utilities, things like that. So we are kind of capture once, license multiple times, but we're also not trying to necessarily double dip and make everyone pay for the collection of the data. And hopefully everyone benefits that way. So like I said, fixed price per mile, that really comes in handy too when you're doing asset inventories. You know, it's difficult when, you know, a city wants to, say, get a sign inventory, and then the company that they're trying to get a sign inventory from says, well, how many signs do you have? And it's like, well, that's why we're doing the inventory with you, right? To find out how many we have. So we don't do that. It's just a fixed price per mile for the collection of the data, for the asset extraction, everything like that. And then we do pilot projects as well. So, you know, you don't necessarily need to start with 500 miles with us. You know, we could do a 20-mile project, we could do a 50-mile project to kind of prove out the concept and get some early, easy wins to prove out the ROI for the city or county or state agency. And then as customers of NC Tech, you get access to our project management tool where you can see your area being captured live, get live updates. We have all the technical docs and training, unlimited training included, you know, with any of our services, and support during US hours. So those are our services. I know I wasted a bunch of time at the beginning and maybe sped through a little bit of this, but wanted to leave some time for questions if there are any. My contact information is down at the bottom left here. Got my email and my phone number there. So definitely feel free to reach out and ask any questions that way as well. So yeah, we got about 2-3 minutes. I will check the chat here.
Yeah, thanks, Jackson. And you can post your info if you want in the chat.
Yeah.
A little hard to see in the
sure.
Yeah. Any questions for Jackson? Great. Nice. Well, thank you, Jackson. I appreciate you coming out and giving that presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Yep. And if anybody has any questions, just feel free to drop it in the chat. Great. So we're like ahead of schedule a little bit. So at this time, I'll just go ahead and turn things over to Scott, GeoMUG president, to just give some closing remarks at this time.
Thank you. So ahead of schedule on a Friday, no one's upset right now. So nice work, everyone. I'm just going to reiterate a few things I said this morning with some additions. So first of all, thank you to all the attendees. It was a large crowd, great showing, and I'm glad whatever organization you work for allowed you to attend. There were some great questions throughout the presentations, and I would highly encourage you to, if you had a specific interest on any presentation or multiple presentations, follow up with the presenter. I'm sure they'll be happy to help you. Certainly thank you to the GeoMUG board and all the contributors. I had to miss a couple hours today for a prior commitment. And hopefully if you've learned something about our organization today, we work well together. They picked up my slack while I was out, which I'd greatly appreciate. So I would highly, recommend to anyone on this call that is interested to get involved. If you reach out to any of us, we'll tell you different ways to get involved at whatever level you'd like to. Sort of a call to action for our sponsors. Again, they're the reason that we're able to put this on with no charge to everyone. So support the sponsors as you see fit. I assume that, probably everybody on this call is a Esri customer or pretty darn close to it. But take a look, if nothing else, just take a look at the sponsors pages. and see what types of services and products are provided, because we appreciate all of them. Again, to all the presenters, greatly appreciated, having a full slate of 15 presentations. Again, the probably 10 I saw were great. Great information. I would encourage, again, all attendees to follow up with questions on the presentations they saw. And then, again, just encourage future participation from everyone to attend and present, whether it be here in this virtual format or in person in the fall. And we're kicking around some ideas of, where we might host our in-person event in the fall. But last year, again, it was at University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and Temple University is also a sponsor. So there may be a scenario in the future, and don't anybody write this down because it's not set, but we could potentially bounce back and forth between Baltimore and Philadelphia. But we're also open to ideas. But those are two of our sponsors, and we want to support them. So just once more, I want to mention the website. So if you want to go to the website, Brendan had it up a little bit earlier, but again, it's very easy to find, and you can get information there and check it frequently. We update it when we have new information on events or contacts, or we have some things on there that aren't necessarily related to GeoMUG. They're industry events that, for instance, like the Virginia GIS conference or TUGIS in Maryland. We'll post those events there, so you have sort of a clearinghouse of information. And then, if you would, I don't believe we're going to ask you to provide a survey, since everybody asks you to provide a survey after you do anything these days. But if you want to provide feedback about what was good today and what we could do better, we're open to that. So please don't hesitate. And then that's really all I had. One last thank you for joining. I hope you enjoy your weekend, and happy to finish 7 minutes early on a Friday.
And Scott, I just want to chime in too. Just a big thanks to all the folks behind the scenes that helped make today possible.
Of course.
Thank you to Sue and Katie, Kayla, Brian, Brendan, and Will. Man, you guys, without their help and their, just their diligence, this today wouldn't be possible. So big shout out.
I agree with you more.
To the team. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks everybody. Provide feedback if you have any, and hop on the website and we'll get back with you soon. Thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.